Hi, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Mental Health Awareness for Law Students webinar brought to you by the Legal Education Board. I'm Vinette de Guzman from the Legal Education Board, and I will be your host for today. We have so far over 200 online participants as of now, and we appreciate everyone who's here, taking their time out to join us in this webinar. Happy Law Week! And in celebration of this year's National Law Week, we have prepared this webinar for our law students. And today, we're going to learn how important to improve our mental health awareness. We have quite an interesting day today with the four experts with us. Now, a couple of house rules for the webinar. Please keep your microphones and your cameras off during the program proper. Observe courtesy and proper decorum at all times. Stay present. If you have any question to the speakers, you may type them in the Zoom chat box and we'll collate them for our speakers. However, please take note that the organizers reserve the right to filter and skip questions that have already been addressed by the speakers in their talk. And of course, certificates of participation will be given to participants for completing both the sessions and the feedback and evaluation form. Without further ado, let us now begin with the Philippine National Anthem, followed by the ecumenical prayer.
Our Heavenly Father, the fount of all goodness and grace, the cause of wisdom, the source of intelligence, we welcome you, O Lord, to this auspicious gathering of your beloved, who continuously give you thanks for every opportunity to learn something new and become fruitful to the works of your creation. We humbly come to you, not because we are worthy, but because we find ourselves in need of you, who is our strength and our hope, to continue despite the challenges we face in health, prosperity, and our solidarity with one another. We pray that today's gathering, made possible by the grace of advancements in technology and social media, become successful in its endeavors, so we can offer it back to you as our humble offering to honor you, glorify you, and love you through our deeper connection with everyone. May we find bliss in today's session and become more productive children and co-creators of the earth. This we ask and pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Welcome once again to the Mental Health Awareness for Law Students webinar. And to give us his welcome remarks and updates on healthy learning institutions, we have today the Lab Commissioner Salex E. Alibogha. Good morning, Commissioner Salex.
Good morning, Vinette. Good morning to all our law students and all law professors and other members of the legal education institutions who are present here right now in our webinar on mental health awareness. Greetings from Legal Education Board in behalf of Commissioner Jason Barles, fellow commissioners, and the staff of the Legal Education Board. In a VUCA world where volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity is constantly present, we cannot avoid that there are mental health challenges as we go along the way. You may experience anxiety, phobia, grief, stress, depression, even panic, or sometimes not only neurosis, but also psychosis. So there are mental health challenges in legal education. As what the World Health Organization has said, health is a complete state of well-being, not only physical, social, spiritual, or sociocultural, but to complete the holistic concept of health, it has been said that there is no health without mental health. That's why it's very important that we need to be mentally sane. However, it is also normal to feel that you are not okay. It's okay to be not okay. It's part of mental health. And the way we cope with stress in our daily lives resonates our mental health status. What can we do in our own personal capacity? And what can we do in our respective legal education institution as part of our mental health initiative? We need to hear each other, protect each other, prepare each other for stress, support each other, care for each other, and honor each other. If you are being asked, listen to, and acknowledge. The World Health Organization has identified several strategies how to maintain mental health. It's very important that we need to support each other. Support system is very important. Anxiety should not be regarded as pathological or in need of immediate professional intervention. In Western countries, visiting a mental health professional, a psychologist, a psychiatrist, or any other mental health professional is regarded as healthy. However, we cannot deny the fact that there is stigma and stereotype in the Philippines. When one visits a mental health professional, he or she will be labeled or stereotyped as mentally ill. Provide good quality information. Community fear and panic can be fueled by fake news and rumors. What is needed are access to free, trustworthy, high quality, and accurate information from a centralized and trusted source. Accurate information about signs and symptoms, risk factor, and how to effectively prevent or control mental health illness. It is very important during COVID-19 that we do physical distancing. However, it has created several mental health challenges. In the new normal, we don't need to have physical distancing, okay? But we don't also need to have social distancing because it is very important for us to maintain our sanity. Offer technology-enabled mental health services. Mobile apps, telehealth, online treatment provide an efficient and practical means of delivering treatment to anxious individuals and communities. online treatments can improve the most common types of anxieties and stress reactions. There are several avenues for mental hygiene, and amongst us, we have social media to maintain our sanity. But we should not be overshadowed by social media fake news. Reduce overall stress by getting adequate sleep, eat regular meals, exercise, stay connected to friends and family, relaxation techniques, and get help when needed and where to get help. Relaxation techniques such as breathing exercise, visualization, muscle relaxation, counting, and mindfulness may reduce anxiety. Anxiety exercises may not work for everyone. Practice is needed. If anxiety symptoms persist despite these exercises, it would be best to seek professional help from mental health professional. There are health promoting behavior provided by the World Health Organization, not only during COVID-19, but also in the new normal. You have to be informed, use trusted sources, the CDC, WHO, and DOH, to obtain the most updated information about one's health. Plan, encourage to develop a family plan for dealing with outbreaks that reminds people that there are steps that can be taken care of by yourselves to maintain your sanity. No work or school plans for dealing with mental health problems or any pandemic for that matter, to help reassure people about the steps being taken by others to safeguard their health. Limit exposure not only to people with mental health problems, but also to toxic people in social media, because increased exposure to toxic people in social media is associated with higher levels of the stress. Protect yourself and be supportive of others. Keep in touch. A support system is very important because we heal as one. Amplify hopeful stories and positive images of local individuals who have experienced mental illness. And honor your carers, family members, and healthcare workers supporting people. Acknowledge the role they play in saving lives and keeping your loved ones safe. Build resilience. This framework by the World Health Organization is very important. To maintain your mental health, you need to have positive reframing, problem-focused coping, planning, active coping, emotion-focused coping, acceptance of who you are, and of course, the sense of humor. At the end of the day, it's very important to live happily at the moment, and you have to do away with your past problems or dilemma. Resilience is the capacity to bounce back, to withstand hardship, and to repair yourself based on your internal attributes and external skills. If one has increased level of stress, it doesn't mean that he or she is weak or mentally unhealthy. Strong emotions like irritability or mood swings should not be blamed to a particular person, even under current extreme conditions. You ensure that you need to have sufficient breaks, healthy diet, and physical activities. There is no substitute for being active. Walk steps, approximately 5 to 10,000 steps a day, that will maintain not only your physical health, but also your sanity. Apply previous strategy that proved helpful during difficult times. Share with colleagues who underwent the same burdens of isolation and suffering. Social contact is important in maintaining health. Quality mental health has no substitute for having social contact with people whom you love. And follow daily routine to gain feelings of control and security. When to consider formal health mental health referral. If you are still stressed longer than 2 to 3 weeks, that is already pathological. So you need to seek help from mental health professional. Previous attempts to solve the problems had not been successful. Situation affects negatively the functioning, role performance, important relationships, and self-care, and symptoms are excessive and you cannot perform anymore the activities of daily living. Stay focused on here and now, one step at a time. Engage and stay connected with your support system. Thoughts are thoughts, not necessarily facts. Beware of negative thoughts. Give them a chance to influence your sanity. Treat people with kindness. Limit information and time on unhelpful things. Good sleep, eating well, and exercise to maintain your physical and mental health. And lastly, seek God and seek help. Your mental health is considered your wealth. Let me take this opportunity to give you some updates of the mental health initiative of the legal education institution. We have given the respective legal education institution an impetus on what to maintain and how to maintain healthy learning institution for that matter. So we have issued LIB memorandum for healthy learning initiative. Legal Education Board, being a member of the National Technical Working Group on Healthy Learning Institutions, has cascaded the healthy learning institution initiatives to the respective legal education institution. Legal Education Board led Memorandum Number 31, Series of 2003, the Manual of Procedures for Healthy Learning Institutions for Legal Education Institution as a rationale that health has long been regarded as key determinant in influencing the learning process and affecting educational outcomes, especially in the context of legal education. Part and parcel of the academic rigor demanded in the law program are the physical and mental strains that are more pronounced for law students. But unfortunately, they are too often overworked, overlooked, and by extension, go unaddressed. Previous conceptions of health treat it as far as individual level. Legal Education Board takes a broader and multifaceted approach to health and places a premium on the overall learning environment. We have key health-related initiatives in the Legal Education Board, in the National Technical Working Group for Healthy Learning Institution, under Joint Administrative Order 2022-001, or the Guidelines in Healthy Settings Framework or Learning Institutions. It is an interagency national technical working group to coordinate health promotion strategy, which we have cascaded through the Manual of Procedures for Healthy Learning Institutions. Legal Education Board, through the Healthy Learning Initiatives of the Department of Health, is granting financial grants intended to support legal education institutions learning healthy learning institutions initiative through school standards and may be used for repairs and maintenance of your clinics, hiring of job order, nurses, midwives, and nutritionists, and their respective legal education institutions, workshops, and other activities for capacity building and expenses other than capital outlay in personal services. These are some of the activities participated by the Legal Education Board as part of the National Healthy Learning Institutions Initiative. We have done public consultations and orientations, and of course, LEB Memo number 31 is in place. And I hope the respective legal education institutions are trying to implement this LEB Memorandum Order number 31 through healthy policies, facilities, and physical environment, institutional, social, emotional environment where mental health is included, community linkages and engagements, in access to health and counseling services. We cannot deny the fact that legal education institutions, being part of the university or college, sometimes the medical clinics are closed at 6 o'clock in the evening. It's very important under the healthy learning institutions of the Legal Education Board that legal education institutions should have a machinery that even if classes will end at 9 o'clock in the evening, there is an available medical clinic that will cater to the health needs of the law students and the law professors. In the 7 areas of the health promotion framework strategy, it is imperative in number 5 priority area about mental health. That's why this activity of the Legal Education Board resonates its commitment to maintaining mental health among law professors and law students, to care for yourself and to care for others. You cannot give what you do not have. You must be mentally sane so that you can properly counsel your clients in the near future. Healthy learning institutions cover all the essential elements of the 6 pillars of health promoting schools. So we have healthy school policy, physical school environment, social school environment, link with community, health skills and education, and access to health care. We have identified priority sites for the Department of Health, technical and financial support in 2025. LEB has developed the following guidelines that it will use to identify legal education institutions eligible for the grant for healthy learning institutions. A publicly managed learning institution, state university, or local university and colleges. Low programs with no existing phase-out closure, cease and desist order, and located in the third or fifth class city or third and sixth class municipality, whose poverty incidence is above the median poverty incidence of selected areas in Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, respectively. They must possess a law school executive committee, governing board, law school administration that can commit to attendance in capacity development sessions and monitoring visits. As part of our initiative, we will be doing activities of digital information campaign and development of health competency framework for legal education. And later on, we will be giving awards to legal education institution who exemplify healthy Filipinas or healthy communities in 2025. Recently, Legal Education Board has issued LEB Memorandum number 32 to protect our law students. And this is Student Welfare Development Program. Following the principles set under the Legal Education Reform Act, the establishment of student welfare and development programs with the following features: academic rights for law students, establishment of Student Affairs and Services Committee that shall plan and formulate student welfare services, and the promotion of student welfare in the areas of information, orientation, library services, safety and security, complaints and grievances, guidance counseling. Soon we will be requiring guidance counselor for the respective law schools, health services, services for disabled with special needs, scholarships, and financial aid in career and job placement, the implementation of student development programs, and the provision for the support of student organization, student council, and institutional linkages. Being a health person and the Legal Education Board, being a registered nurse myself, I commit myself and I dedicate myself to the advancement of the health welfare of the students, law students, and their respective legal education institutions. Again, I would like to reiterate the World Health Organization principle. There is no complete health if there is no mental health. Happy National Law Week to everyone. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Salex, for the warm welcome, tips for healthy living, and updates on healthy learning institutions. Thank you very much. At this point, we have a wonderful speaker with us. Then later on, if there's time, we'll have questions for all of you. Let me introduce here our first resource speaker who will talk about weathering the storms, mental health awareness. She is a senior guidance counselor of the Faculty of Civil Law at the University of Santo Tomas. She is a psychology graduate and currently pursuing her postgraduate studies at Miriam College. She's a licensed guidance counselor, psychometrician, secondary teacher, and a mental health life coach. Currently, she is the vice president of CAP NCR Guidance and Counseling Committee. She has recently completed her training and certification as international mental health life coach and also as a certified trainer in race against suicide by Unilab Philippines. More than anything else, she is a servant of the Feast Valle Verde and a happy wife and a mother of two boys. It is my pleasure to welcome today my former colleague, Miss Lenny Gutierrez Gatiana. Good morning, Miss Lenny.
Good morning, Ma'am Vined, and of course, good morning, Commissioner Alex. It's my honor to be part of this very noble endeavor. For the longest time, I've been with the Faculty of Civil Law. I see really the challenges our students are into in pursuing a legal profession. Okay, I am with so many students today, and it's with great hope that they'll be able to impart valuable knowledge for you to weather the storm. Let's start. Okay, maybe I will be allowed. All right, you will be Ma'am Vinette. I will be the one to share my slides, or uh, it would be from your end.
Yes, please, Mom Lenny, because we're having difficulty with the video
Okay, ma'am.
presentation po. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. So, my dear students and highly esteemed professional taking care of the lab, allow me to deliver my sharing by the manner that I'm just talking to the student. We're talking about weathering the storm, and I don't want you to be stressed out with my discussion. But in the event that you will feel uncomfortable with what I'm discussing, please call my attention. Okay, weathering the storm. Good morning, everyone, whether you are in Manila and in other places, because we have different weather. In some areas, it's stormy, raining, and in some areas, it's very sunny. Like here in QC, it's sunny and bright. Okay, having said that, I would like to ask everyone, no, what's your weather for today? I would like you to think about, how do you feel today? What's your weather for today? Is it sunny? You feel good, you're happy, you're delighted, energetic, or cloudy? You don't have anything to be sad about, but you feel a little heavy in a way. Then rainy, you feel like crying, there is sadness, or stormy, a combination of negative emotions like you feel like crying, you're angry, you're frustrated, you're irritated. Could you please type in our chat box, what's your weather today? How do you feel today? Sunny, cloudy, rainy, or stormy? Please type in our chat box so that we can have an interactive discussion over this matter. Okay, let me just read some of your responses. Sunny, stormy, sunny, cloudy, cloudy, sunny, rainy, cloudy. Keep typing in your responses. And we're happy to know that sunny po, rainy, sunny, sunny, cloudy, or sunny. All right, okay, a bit cloudy, sunny to be joining here today. That is from Liceo. Okay, sunny, all right. It's a combination of sunny and cloudy and a little of stormy. Okay, so why am I asking that? Oh, maybe a lot of a number also is saying that they have their weather forecast for today. They're feeling a little rainy. Okay, so it's very important for us to know, how do we feel? Are we happy? Are we sad? Are we irritated? So that we'll be aware of how we are feeling and how to deal with it. Okay, so thank you for your responses. I truly appreciate you being interactive in our conversation. Okay, so what's your weather today? So every day, even if I am a counselor, a therapist, a mental health coach, I always ask myself, how are you today, Lenny? How are you today? Because inevitably, there are a lot of things happening every day beyond our control. All right. So it's always important to get in touch with what you feel and to be connected with your inner core. Now, as you prepared, for your law school, let's say you're in first year or in your higher year, let's imagine that you are preparing for your law school journey. And as you prepare, not just like when we are traveling or going in a journey, we have a little preparations, like we need to know how many hours will it take us to reach a place, what will it be like in the place. So let's have a quick look in the terrain. So when you entered law school, are you completely aware of what are the the things that you need to be preparing for? What are the things that you will be having in the law school? So the culture, the workload, the academic demands, etc., etc. Okay, so if you had a quick look of the terrain, I would like to invite you now to have this idea of, when you are in a journey, you have to have a bag. But then at this point in time, and you are preparing for your journey or you are in a journey, I would like you to look into what's inside your knapsack or what inside your backpack. What have you placed in your backpack as you prepare for law school? Can you type in your chat box, in our chat box, what have you prepared for in your journey as a student in the law school? What is it that you place in your knapsack? Okay, let's try to read what you have indicated. Ano? Wallet, books, prayer, notebooks, codals, humility, snacks, books, pens, medicines, iPad, water, codals. Okay, anything else? Papers, financial capacity. This is beautiful. Humility to learn. Yeah, very good. Bible. Yeah, this is wonderful. Anything else? Uh, Thank you for the water. What else? Marker, all readings, tentative optimism, laptop and tablet, soft copies of books and reviewers. Okay, all reading materials. Commitment, all right, books, pens, scuddles, eyeglasses, all right, courage, rosary, faith, no, this is wonderful. Though we are several miles away from each other, we are connected. Coffee, yeah, coffee is life for law students. Rosary beads, prayer, consti, empty, all right, nothing inside the backpack, okay, money, cell phone, etc., etc. Okay, I have faith, financial stability, family support, dedication. Okay, all right. So thank you so much for responding. For those who weren't able to answer this question, I would like you to think what I have. What are the things that I have placed in my knapsack that would be essentials in my preparation for my journey? I was waiting for somebody to type in, or anyone ba have thought of health as something important to be placed in your knapsack. Okay, because with all honesty, your health would be your best investment in the law school. Okay, and when we talk about health, as very well discussed, no, by Commissioner Salex, it's very important. And today, this morning, we will be talking about your health. Health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease of infirmity. If you're not sick, it doesn't necessarily mean you're healthy. Okay, so if you're not feeling anything bad, it doesn't necessarily follow that you are really healthy. So part of being healthy, part of health is the physical, the mental, and the social well-being. It's a complete package, and we have to look at we have to look at health in a holistic perspective. So part of health, being healthy, is mental health. As defined by the World Health Organization 2017, mental health is defined as a state of well-being in which the individual realizes his or her own abilities, okay, can cope with the normal stressors of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to contribute to his or her community. We have to remember that these are the four aspects of mental health. You have to realize your own dream. What are you made of? What is it for you? Are you able to develop your potential to the fullest? You can cope with the normal stresses of life. We've been through the COVID, and congratulations to everyone. We successfully navigated COVID. But every day in law school, in the classroom climate, there is always a, a, a throw of this kind of stress and another kind of stress. Can you cope? Can you cope with the normal stressors in life? And you can work productively and fruitfully. You can deliver. You can perform to your level's best, and you can contribute not only to yourself, to your family, but to the community in the whole. All right. These are the four considerations that we need to understand when we are thinking of mental health. Okay, to humanize mental health, okay, I would like to discuss this one. Mental health is something that we need to look after. It's not just something that coming to us in a snap of a finger or in a wink of an eye. It's there. Okay, everybody has it. Okay, it's not something that you need to decide now, I don't want to have mental health. No, it's in you, and it's worth making time. As I have said a while ago, we need to invest on it. Okay, it's not always negative. Okay, maybe some of you are thinking that if it's a mental health disorder, then mental health is always negative. Mental health is positive and negative as well, because it is part of our human being. Okay, it's not all about feeling bad all the time. and it is continuum. I will explain that later. And we have to remember that mental health is not a sign of weakness. There are a lot of stigma, and the stigma is preventing people from seeking help. Okay. So a lot of people are saying, no, we have to understand that we are in a different generation. During our time, mental health, we don't talk about mental health. No, we don't. We have, there, maybe it already existed, but it's not something that we talk about openly. So maybe you will be, you feel invalidated when somebody will say that those people with mental health problems are the weakest. Okay, they are weak, they cannot handle stress, simple pressure. No, I would like to say at this very early that those students dealing with mental health problems are the strongest, because it's not easy to walk, study, attend your classes, and meet the demands of the course. You are the strongest. Okay? It's something that is changeable because it's continuum. And it's not something that is just all in the mind. Okay, iniisip mo lang yan. Wala yan. Ikaw kasi kung anong iniisip-isip mo. Okay? It's important. It's real. It's not fake news. It's complex. It's sometimes, if not always, difficult to understand, but it's not something that we need to be shamed about. It's not shameful, okay? It's not fixed even, because when you have mental health problems, okay, there you can manage it and you can be free from it, okay? And because mental health is real, it can affect anyone among us. All right? So no one is exempted from having mental health problems because mental health is within us. Okay, we all have it. All right, mental health is different from mental health disorder. I said a while ago that mental health is continuum. Okay, let's say, for example, you have a good mental health, a state, no, of well-being wherein you can function very well, you are very productive, you have fulfilling relationships, and you have the ability really to cope and thrive to whatever changes. Then one day something happened, and then you move from the good, from this side to another side. And if you are on the mental illness side, let's say you have thinking disorders or alterations in your mood, in your thinking, in your behavior, and it is associated with the stress, okay, that is inhibiting you from functioning to your fullest, okay, there is this continuum, the theory that from this side, you can move and change in the middle and then be better. Okay, because mental health is not fixed, it is continuum. So when somebody tells somebody with mental health problem that you cannot heal, that there is no hope for recovery, that is a big, big no. Okay, let's continue. Now, as said, healthy mind in a healthy body. Mens sana in corpore sano. Okay, so healthy mind in a healthy body. We both need to take care of it. Sabi nga ni Commissioner kanina, without mental health, there is no health. All right, so mental health, as said by a lot of people and a lot of in the field of psychology and helping professionals, helping professions, mental health is the next global crisis. And me in the school setting and as a private practitioner as well, I see the influx of people, young people, having mental health problems. Okay, now the question is, how is it? How is uh, what is the storm like in the law school? Okay, you have the daily recitation challenge. All right. So you will be asked of a question that you don't have any idea at all. You'll be given, let's say, for example, 20 cases to read, and then randomly your class cards will be shuffled and any question can be asked. So you'll be lucky if the question thrown to you uh, is one of those that you have covered reading, but no, at the end of the day, how you wish you'll know all the answers. But a lot of students are burning calories because if they cannot answer, they stand the entire time in their class. Okay, so you burn calories, don't worry when you don't able to recite. So, and the agony here is when you answer, some professors do not validate if the answer is correct or not. All right, they give you the chance to think. All right. So if your answer is wrong, you don't have the chance always to be given the correct answer. Figure out for yourself. You're old enough to do that. Okay. So next is tons of readings. Maybe you have figured out now that if you studied this much when you were in your undergrad days, maybe you'll graduate summa cum laude. You never read as much as you're reading right now. Tons of readings. Let's say if you have 3 subjects in a day, where in the world, where in the part of your brain you'll put in. Okay. A lot of you just get by. All right. You just get by the day. It's a daily grind. I survived the day. Thank you, Lord. Okay? Sabi ko nga sa mga estudyante ko, ang sa law school, inilalaban ang pagstay every semester. Laban lang. So readings and rereadings. Okay? Next is the schedule, especially for those who are working students. So the schedule for usually it's in the afternoon, but there would be times wherein you go home at 9. I'm very happy with what Commissioner Salex is saying, the guidelines. Oh, I love it. I love that. I love that. Let's say you have your schedule at 9, and then the following day you have your schedule at 7 or 8. So you go home at 9, you reach home at 10, you study, and then, okay, you'll have your next class. Schedule is also very challenging. Next is professors. Okay, so professors have their academic freedom to deliver their materials in the best way they can. Okay, so do not expect that there is a tailor fit design that for law school, for law students. Professor A is delivering lesson this way, Professor B, Professor C, Professor D. So they differ. So you'll get a taste of everything. Okay, next, pressure. Where is this pressure coming? Pressure from your family to finish. Okay, pressure from the self to perform. A lot of you maybe have thought of, I think parang nabobo na ata ako. When I was in undergrad, I used to be very, very good. When I was in grade school, high school, senior high school, college, I graduated with honors. But now I am just an ordinary student. Okay, so the pressure is coming in. There are a lot of things to learn, and there are a lot of things also to unlearn. Okay, so there are a lot of pressure, especially when you are thinking of, will I pass? Will I be delayed? All right, so how many more years? Will I be able to finish it in this school? Or do I need to think of other schools to transfer? Okay, so third is finances. Okay, we have to remember that finances is also a thing to consider. If you are working, you're sending yourself to school. If you're a full-time student, my colleagues, my batchmates are already working, and I'm still here. Okay, begging money from my parents. Okay, and finances is real. Okay. That's why you feel guilty when you don't pass. You feel guilty if you score very low, because you know that you are investing financially in this degree program. And relationship. Okay. My dear students, law school is already a big chunk of concern. Sometimes if you have boyfriends, girlfriends, and things don't work out, no, and you are brokenhearted, readings, challenges, no, it's easy to deal with. But if you're brokenhearted, that's another story. Okay, so relationship, not only with other people, relationship also with your family. Are you okay with your family? And relationship with self. Or up to this time, have you not befriended yourself? Okay, so another thing is health. Are you dealing with a physical ailment, a condition that you have developed or you have been carrying even before? Because there are a lot of things that you will be going through, and you will be investing time and sleepless nights. And eventually, because of the stress that you are having, you'll develop something. And of course, there are other concerns that come in between and along in the process. Okay, the question is how to weather the storm. What do we do? These are your realities as civil law students. What are your realities? These are your realities. How to weather the storm. Okay, this is UST. No, we are always flooded. No, not always, most of the time, especially the last time. Okay, how do we storm? How we weather the storm, I should say. How to weather the storm. Okay, first, please do have a daily mental health check-ins regularly. So when I say mental health check-ins, this is how it looks like. Okay. How do you feel? As simple as what we did, the first activity that we did. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling sad, upset. I'm not doing well and need help support. I'm feeling angry, irritated. I'm feeling anxious. I'm feeling depressed. I'm not feeling well because of mental illness. Okay, you have to do reality check. You have to do deep talks, and you need to be grounded. What do you really feel? Okay, mental health check-in. The only person who can answer this is only you. You have to be grounded. You have um, to be real and honest with what you're feeling. It's okay, sabi nga ni commissioner, it's okay not to be okay. Sometimes we pretend to be okay, even if we're not okay. That is why we're not given the necessary help. Okay, so every day you are stressed out. Okay, a response, ang stress is a response to a demand that is placed upon our shoulder. We get stressed out simply because the demands is more than the capacity to carry it. That is why we are always stressed out. And come to think about it, if you're studying day one, you're stressed out, and then from the time you take the bar, you're stressed out. Every day, your body got used to of being stressed. And there are a lot of things going on inside our body that we do not know. Okay. And when we are stressed out, we need to feel that how does it feel not to be stressed? Because when we are always stressed out, our body got used to it. So the body cannot recognize anymore what is not helpful and what is helpful, because you remain in that state, and that is a red flag. Okay, so we have to remember that stress is an interference to anything. Okay, and it affects our well-being, and there are stress that are self-imposed. There are students in the law school that they have put so much expectations to themselves to the point that it's no longer realistic. Okay, they wanted to they keep on analyzing, they keep on overthinking. There's a lot of things going on. And in the process, they have imposed stress on them. And another one is stress imposed by other people, okay? Outside people, and what they think about it and what they say about it. It gives us a little, no, it makes us more stressed, and it, in any way, it doesn't help at all. Okay, so when we are stressing out, there is something that I want you to understand. There is so much, a great degree of fear coming in. We become afraid of uncertainty, afraid of failure, afraid of rejection, afraid of what will happen to you. Now, what makes fear different from anxiety? When you're afraid, there is a situation. Okay, let's say there is a recit this afternoon and you are not ready yet for that. You become afraid. That's fear. But if you're anxious, there is no threat that is confronting you. Anxiety is happening in here, okay? You're afraid that if you will not be able to make bawe, let's say, for example, to your recit, to your prelims, to whatever demands academically, then you're thinking that you will not be able to have a good career. You will fall, you will be debarred, you will not be able to fulfill your dream to become a lawyer. And that thought is catastrophized in a sense that it went out of perspective, and it's something that is not happening yet, and yet, okay, you allowed it to swallow you. Okay, anxiety is operating in the future. Fear, you need to confront it now. So there is so much fear, okay, it limits you. Okay, if you're afraid, you cannot recite, you cannot recall. All right, so if you're afraid, there's so much, a lot of things going on to your mind. Now, later on tonight, later on this evening, I want you to get a pen and try to write down from here, from the thought level down to your pen and paper, what are you afraid of? Answer that and take the necessary step to be courageous. You entered law school fearless, full of hopes, full of courage. Sabi nga nung kanina, I have placed courage and humility inside my knapsack. That's great. I love that. Okay? That's courage. Okay. So we need to manage stress, and unmanaged stress, no, it's a big no, because it will not in any way help us. It will prevent us from achieving our goals. We need to learn to manage it, because stress in law school is inevitable. You have a daily dosage of that. In law school, you always have this cutthroat environment. You're always at your toes. So we need to be calm. And that calmness is termed as mental toughness here. All right? Mental toughness. But mental toughness is not something that we can order. It's something that is just, I want that. No, I want to have more of that. No, it's not something like that. It's something that we need to work on. So mental health assessment at this early. How's your study habits? Are you okay? Do you have a permanent study habits? Is your study habits, study technique, methodology still helpful to you? Or do you need to change? Okay. How's your overall demeanor? Are you stressing out, that you are irritated, that you are being neglectful? How are you behaving inside the class? How are you behaving inside your home? Okay. Is there an increased absenteeism or being late because you're so afraid, because you're not ready? Okay, so this is an assessment. Try to ask yourself, okay, are you dragging your feet going to class? Suddenly, you there is a sudden outburst of emotion You cry while you're studying. You have these episodes of crying. You become irritable. You become very unpredictable. There is mood swing here and there. And social withdrawal. You started isolating yourself, not connecting and reconnecting with people. You study alone, you attend class alone, and you not don't talk to anyone, even with your best friends and family members. Okay, so try to check, no, is there changes in any of this? Okay, now these are the common symptoms: sleep or appetite changes. Okay, do you oversleep or you undersleep? Or you're sleeping, but in between, there are interruptions, no quality sleep. Okay, appetite change. Do you overeat or you don't eat at all or you undereat? There is the dramatic change from the average sleeping time and eating time. Based on my experience, a lot of students do um, um, stay very, very late at night and then in the evening and then until morning, early morning. Okay. But retention wise, okay, um, there would be a problem along the way if you self-deprive yourself. If you sleep deprive yourself, okay, and the retention would be a problem at all. So based on my observation with the dealings with the students, you sleep at night and then wake up early, then that would be more effective, and a lot of students can testify that. So you need to, check, whatever is doing well for you. Okay, mood changes, withdrawal. I have explained that drop in functioning. Okay, before you're doing this, before you can read 10 or 6 cases in one sitting. Now you can even finish one case. All right, problems thinking, you cannot understand, you keep on, you need to really deal with it, no, and I cannot understand, and I'm considering as a big problem. You increase in sensitivity. Okay, you become very sensitive with the people around you. You become apathetic, and you feel disconnected. There is also this illogical thinking in the process, nervousness, palpitation. Okay, you're perspiring, there is back pains, okay, stomach aches, allergies. All right, it's also an indicator of being stressed out and unusual behavior. Okay, you see yourself, observe yourself. Na, I don't do this, but how come I'm doing this now? Okay, so we need to understand as well your stress pattern. Okay, for us to be fully aware of how can we weather the storm, we need to identify our stress pattern. What makes you stress out? How it affects you and what it does to your body. Is it always the same things that make you stressed? Same person, same thing, same occasion, same response. Okay, does stress change your body, your feelings, your thoughts in the same way each time? When this thing happen, you're thinking the same thing, you're feeling the same thing, and you're reacting the same way. Okay, and the most important part is having all of this. What have you done to make you feel better? Okay, what have you done to make you feel better? So you need to identify all of those things. Now, I would like you to look at this stress bucket. Have a screenshot of this and then work on this later for you to identify where is your stress coming. Okay, academic, interpersonal, environmental, okay? And how's your coping skill? If you are the bucket and you don't have a healthy coping skills, you'll be overflowing, okay? And then there is also this recycled unhealthy coping skills because there is no way for you to deal with it, or you did not deal with it effectively. So it's just keep on coming, keep on coming, and keep on coming. Okay, I would like you to work on this. Look at your stressors, okay? And then try to look at how you deal with it. Now, allow me in the best way, in the simple way as I can, to the best of my capacity, to help you deal with your stressors. Let's help each other in weathering the storm. I'll be introducing this mental health toolkit. Very simple. Okay, the first one is the diversion tool. Okay, the diversion tool is an invitation for you to do something else to think about. Okay, if you've been there reading and reading Monday to Friday, Monday to Saturday, with nothing else to think about, you'll be tired. Okay, your mind gets tired too. So the diversion tool will allow you to do something that would make your mind think of other things. It keeps your mind off from your stressors. Okay, so it has to be timed because you don't have the luxury of time. Remember that. So it has to be timed. Let's say you listen to music, you play with your pets, you talk with your friends, you do crafts, you play guitar, you plant, okay, you cook. Those are the things that can help you, think of other things and be, let's say, one episode in your Netflix or half episode in the Netflix, or you exercise, listen to music, dance. That's it. That's the diversion tool. Diversion tool is very easy. It's just that you always say, I don't have time for that. I'll regret. To tell you honestly, you will not regret. Okay, if you're familiar with the technique, you study, you rest, you study in between. What's that term? You've been doing that, all right? So diversion tool is something that can help you with that technique. Next, part of the diversion technique is having self-care time. Now, purposively, intentionally, have me time. Even 10 minutes, okay? Um, even for a minute, you will be giving yourself a little time, okay? And then, wait a minute. All right. So me time would be like, drinking your favorite coffee, your uh, favorite milk tea, all right? Going out for a quick sun break, all right? So it can be that. So me time, self-care should be, again, intentional. All right. Next, the action tool. Wait a minute. I have a little problem. All right. The action tool is like, you can, oh wait, all right. The action tool is having a schedule. Okay. Like for this one, I'll be doing this. For this time, I will be doing that. Okay. It helps you to be in control and on track. All right. So it doesn't, it will not work the way you had it in your undergrad. You have to be structured. You have to be organized. You need to be systematic as well. You don't have just to study hard, but you also need to study smart. Okay, so having a study, the action tool will also require you to. I just want to ask if there is a problem with my slide. You can still see my slide clearly. Can I see a thumbs up, please, from anyone or Miss Vinette, ma'am? Okay.
Yes po, Miss Lani.
Okay. Thank you po. Thank you. All right. So part of the action tool is having a healthy and active lifestyle. Commissioner Salex mentioned this a while ago. So you need to commit, okay? Do not just eat no, anything that is readily available, and you can order it. A lot of students, if they are not staying in their family, they do resort to meal plans. They have their food delivered, so that they can be sure that their food is nutritious. Okay. And also, there are happy foods like eggs, banana, asparagus, all the berries are antidepressant. Okay. Chocolate, dark chocolates, almonds, spinach. Okay. So if you can replace your coffee with green tea, that would also be helpful. Okay. So fish is very good if you are not fond of eating fish, but try to eat fish with food with rich in omega-3 oil. They are all antidepressant. Let's say if you want to have a double dosage of happy food, you have egg and then sardines rich in omega-3 oil. You saute them, and then that's it. If you have to have 3 dosages of happy food, you add spinach. Okay, while you're studying, instead of having chocolates and other sweets, okay, just eat dark chocolates with almonds. Okay, you have a double dosage. So what is the problem if you are giving yourself too much sugar? The problem is, and caffeine, you'll have a peak of your energy. You can do everything. You can study, you can deliver, but when you reach that peak, and your body is consumed, okay, because you overdo everything, the following day there is a decline in the performance. All right, so sleep is also very important. Please take care of your sleep, and then 6 hours would be good. Okay. And how do we do that? Divide 24 hours into 3. Let's say, for example, 8 hours sleep, 8 hours, ideally 8 hours studying, and then the others 8. Okay. But definitely, if you're working, the other 8 is taken. So you have to divide. Where will you get the others? Most of it, if you want to increase the number of study time, get another hours in the others. Okay. And then minimum, no, maximum of 2 hours from the sleep. So you'll remain 6 hours sleep, or 5 to 6. That would be good for law students. Okay. But during no class days and Saturdays and Sundays, no, indulge in sleeping. So other things, like maybe 5. So you have 6 hours added on your study time. Okay. So do exercise, move. Okay, in between studies, you can move. You can, if you have your skipping rope, do the skipping rope. If you want to do push-ups, sit-ups, no, or you want to do a little of the Zumba, just stretch. Okay, and then always have time to have the morning sunshine. Okay, as much as possible, walk in the park. Okay, or jogging somewhere else, walking in your school would be very great. Please do take also vitamins. Okay, you don't get to have the quantity of food that you need, so you take vitamins, especially those that would be very beneficial with our blood, because we sleep deprive ourselves. And in the onset of not feeling well, please check your health, have it checked by doctors. Okay, so next, aside from that, part of the action tool is aside from that, you are requested, wait a minute, you are requested to, I think I have a little problem with my slides. Okay. Okay. aside from having a healthy lifestyle and healthy and active lifestyle, okay, please stay away with people. Wait a minute. I think I need to stop share for a while and then so that these things will be fixed. Okay, I have a problem here. I'll stop share for a while. Okay, all right. Thank you so much. I think something happened along the way, no? I
Thank you so much, Miss Lenny. On that note, there's a lot of student life lessons you've shared with us today. We appreciate your talk. Thank you very much, Ma'am Lenny.
Thank you so
Actually,
much,
we would
ma'am.
like to entertain the questions of the participants, but we are short of time. So if you have questions to our speaker, please email programs at leb@gov.ph and we will reach out to Miss Lenny for your questions. Thank you. Next, may I introduce to you our second resource speaker for the topic, Overcoming the Stigma Psychological Services. Our next speaker received his BS in Medical Technology from University of Santo Tomas and his medical degree from the De La Salle University. He finished his residency training in psychiatry at the National Center for Mental Health. He is a diplomate of the Philippine Board of Psychiatry and a fellow of the Philippine Psychiatric Association. In 2018, he was a member of the task force for the development of the implementing rules and regulations of the Mental Health Act of 2019. During the time when he was the chief of the Medical Professional Services of Community, he completed his master's in management, major in hospital administration, and was appointed as the medical center chief in January 21. On behalf of the Legal Education Board, let's all welcome him today, the Medical Center Chief 2 of the National Center for Mental Health, Dr. Noel V. Reyes. Good morning, Dr. Reyes.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting us to be a resource speaker in your very timely activity for today. Uh, uh, my task for this morning is to talk to you about overcoming the stigma, probably stigma as a whole in terms of mental health. No, so if I can start and have the first slide, please. Now, for me to talk about mental health stigma, yeah, you can flash the second slide. I really need to touch on mental health as a whole. Can you flash the second slide, please? So the overview of this talk is about mental wellness, how it differentiates with mental illness. I'll give you a short primer on the mental health situation in the Philippines, and of course, touch on work and mental health. And then on the last, we'll talk about the stigmatization and the mental health literacy of Filipino people. No, I logged on in the middle of the talk of the first resource speaker, and I did not see if she touched on the definition of mental health. But So I apologize if this is going to be a repetition of what you have heard earlier. Can we go to the second slide? Third slide, please. So the objectives is for you to understand mental health. No, of course, everybody, no, every one of us has yeah. Yeah, let's skip these objectives already and go to the topic. Yeah. So everyone has a mental health, no? Hindi lang po ang mga pasyente ang may mental health. Lahat po tayo ay may mental health, no? Next slide, please. So mental health is defined as a state of well-being in which every individual realizes his own potential, no, and can cope with the normal stresses in life, can work productively, and is able to make a significant contribution to the community. Now, it is not, no, mental health is not merely the absence of disease or illness. So if you're going to uh, uh, take a look at a deeper, on a deeper sense of the definition of mental health, next slide. Next slide, please. By the way, is my audio clear?
Yes po.
Thumbs up to, yeah, thank you very much. So when we talk about realizing his own potential, that talks about his self-image, the person's self-image. If he can cope up with the normal stresses in life, then we can measure his resiliency. No, as you probably know by now, some 20 or 30 years ago, we're only talking about IQ or intelligence quotient. Then we have a new parameter, which is EQ, which is emotional quotient. No, right now we're talking about the adversity quotient, which is the resiliency of a person. No, if he can work productively, then we're talking about how is your his productivity and creativity. And if we're talking about if he can contribute to the community, that's a measure of his sense of purpose. So the definition of mental health, no, really encompasses so many things or parameters, no, or dimensions, other than the presence or absence of infirmity or an illness. Next slide, please. So what is mental disorder? It's all diagnosable mental disorders. Health conditions are characterized by alterations, whether in cognitive or what we call thinking, mood or affective or behavior. No, sometimes it's a combination associated with distress and or impaired functioning, which we're going to talk about the next few slides. No, so mental disorders comprise a broad range of problems with different symptoms. Okay, next slide. Okay, if we're going to talk about the domains of functionality, which is very important in terms of determining whether a person already has a mental illness or a mental problem, we have three. No, the interpersonal, how he takes care of himself; the interpersonal, no, which is how he socialize, no, with interacts and maintain relationship with others, and of course the functionality in terms of your work and school. Okay, that's the domains of functionality. So if the symptoms, for example, if you're feeling low, depressed, or anxious, and it affects the way you take care of yourself, no, you're
Help! Help!
neglecting already.
Apologies, Doctor. Meron lang pong ah, tawag dito.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. So if you're not uh, able to take care of yourself, you neglect your personal grooming, then you have a problem already in terms of intrapersonal functionality. If you isolate yourself or refuse to talk to someone, even your relatives and your family, then you have already a interpersonal uh, impairment in terms of your functionality. And if you're going to absent yourself frequently, or you miss your deadlines in terms of your workload or your office responsibilities, then you have an impaired functionality in terms of your work and school. So these three domains are important in terms of classifying already the symptoms as whether it's going to be it's a disorder already or a problem. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the spectrum of the mental wellness and mental illness. You have the illness and the comfort zone and wellness. No, it's characterized in terms of if you are in crisis, if you are struggling, if you are unsettled, if you're thriving, which I hope everybody is thriving and excelling. No, so these are some of the symptoms or signs that can be used to uh, tell us whether at which spectrum you are at present. Okay. I won't go too much detail with this. Okay. Next slide, please. So mental disorder causes are multifactorial. No, in terms of destigmatizing the disorder, this is very important. No, we don't want to for you to have a misinformation. So there are three. No, probably the biological, which is hereditary. Inherited traits. No, it talks about your brain chemistry. And in your environmental exposures before birth. Okay, then you have the psychological. If you have experienced a severe psychological trauma or an important early loss, or you have a poor ability to relate to others, which pertains to how you were reared or brought up. Okay, and then you have a social cause. No, there's a death or separation of parents. If you belong to a dysfunctional family, no, if you have low self-esteem, and some form of adjustment in your life, like changing jobs, school, uh, having difficulty living up to expectation, whether it's from the family or the society itself, no? And of course, if you have indulged in substances or if you have substance abuse problems, okay? Now, each disorder or each cause does not explain, no? Like for example, it's not a sure thing, no, that can cause a mental disorder. For example, if your parents are both alcoholic, it does not say that when you grow up, you'll become an alcoholic, no, because of the inherited traits. No, it is just saying that there's a certain proneness, no, a certain susceptibility to a mental disorder. No, but of course, environment will still play a major role in realizing that proneness or susceptibility. Okay, next slide, please. So these protective factors for mental wellness, like the individual factors, family factors, school context, life events and situation, and of course, community, they are protective factors as well as some of them can also be damaging or potentially damaging factors for mental wellness. Okay, next slide. Let's take a look at some of the specifics. No, individual factors, which like if you have received adequate nutrition, you are uh, you are very competent in socially, no, you are able to achieve something in school, no, good problem solving skills. These are individual factors which can be, if this is inherent to the person, then it becomes a protective factor for you to do for your mental wellness, and it will probably help you, no, protect you in developing a mental disorder. No. When you go to family factors, if there's support coming from your family, there's family harmony, no, you have a secure and stable family, no, it's also a protective factor, no. In the school, if there's a strong sense of belongingness, among us Filipinos, we have a strong, uh, uh, what do you call that, need to belong, no? The belongingness issue in the Filipino youth is very strong. So if there's a sense of belonging, no, it's a protective factor, no? You have a pro-social peer group, no? and your family does not condone violence, no, your school condones no violence, then that's good, no. For the community and cultural factors, the sense of connectedness, no, attachment to and networks within the community, magkakakilala, or you're friends with everybody, no, strong cultural identity and ethnic pride, no, and of course, life events. If there's a involvement with a significant other, if you're into a relationship, then that's a protective factor. Availability of opportunities at critical turning points or major life transition. For example, changing jobs or that there's somebody, no, and there's an ability of that availability of that opportunity. Okay? And of course, good physical health. With these factors, individual, family, school, community, life events will become potentially damaging when, can we flash the next slide? When individual factors include, like, for example, prematurity during birth, no, or injury that occurred during your birth, no, prenatal brain damage, no, chronic illness, poor social skills, no. These are individual factors that are potentially damaging. And as you go on to the list, in terms of family factors, like teenage mother, having a single parent, no, life events, no, community, these are all potential damaging factors. Now, take note of the word potentially, because again, this does not make sure that you will have develop a mental illness, no, mental disorder. Okay, it's just saying that you are now prone based on this presence of these factors. Okay, next slide. So now, how is your mental health? Where are you in the spectrum? Are you having a mental health problem, and hopefully not a mental health disorder? No? Next slide. So if we're going to talk about the statistics, there's an alarming statistics. No? Globally, there's an estimated 284 million with anxiety and 265 million with depression. Suicide now ranks second. It's the leading cause of death among 15 to 29 years old. And I know that the majority of our participants to this morning belongs to this age group, no, 15 to 29 years old. No? And you know that half of the mental illness starts by age 14, so very young, no? And 75% or three-fourths of all mental illness in the Philippines starts by age 25. Okay. Now, with this, all of these issues that I've tackled, next slide, please. This is the mental health situation in the Philippines right now. No, although this is an old statistics, no, like 2017, no, like the total population, we are now at 119 million. Okay, we are classified in the Western Pacific region by the WHO, and classified as a lower to middle income country. Our expenditure for mental health is at 12 pesos, no, per person. That's how low. No, based on the burden of mental health disorder, the DALI, or what we call disability adjusted life years, no, is around 2,762. That DALI is just it represents a loss, no, loss of the equivalent of 1 year of full health. That means it's the sum of the years of life loss due to premature mortality or early death, or the years lived with disability. Ito yung nawawala. These are the lost years. Okay? It is used to quantify the global burden of disease, which is mental health. In 2019, mental health disorders ranked fourth, no? Next to musculoskeletal disorders like joints, bone diseases. The second is cancers, of course. Then circulatory, or what we call the cardiovascular, and then the fourth is mental disorders. So during that time, the suicide mortality rate per 100,000 population was 3.2, meaning 3.2 individuals lost their lives due to self-inflicted harm, no, every 100,000 people. Okay. Next. For the Philippines, here are the most common mental disorders. No, anxiety is still ranked number one. Depression, followed by the alcohol use disorders. Our culture is not helping us decrease these numbers, no, because for us it's a way of it's already one of our coping mechanisms. Drug use disorders, bipolar disorders, schizophrenia, and eating disorders. Next slide. Here in the National Center for Mental Health, we have a 24/7 NCMH crisis hotline statistics. And as you can see, last year, 2023, uh, with a total number of 16,538 calls, no, around 36% of them are suicide-related calls, or 6,000. No, if we go to the next slide, uh, this is a summary of the years. As you can see, pre-pandemic, pre-pandemic, the number of suicide-related calls is around 10%. It increased steadily on 2020 at around 34%. Uh, it has its peak in 2022, around 38%. And right now, uh, go to previous slide, please. Right now, last year, 2023, we're now seeing some sort of decline. It is now at around 34%, no, of the calls are suicide related. Okay. And not to mention that the callers are getting younger by the year, no? Okay. Next slide, please. And these are the most common reasons for calling: anxiety, of course, and depressive symptoms, love, relationship problem in the family, asking for referral, need somebody to talk to, inquire regarding hospital services, and no, everything. Okay. These are the statistics of the National Center for Mental Health in its 24/7 crisis hotline. Next. Of all the calls, may I just reiterate that around 1,779 calls were referred to the telemental health, meaning they need successive or a series of consultation. And around 745 of them were directly referred to the emergency room for crisis intervention, because there's some urgency, and that's the reason. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Now, let me just inform you about our resources for mental health. In the Philippines, the mental health financing is only 22% of all government total expenditure. No, so service users mostly pay out of their pocket. No, this is based on low field health coverage, coverage rate. No, and then the human resources for mental health, there's a total of 2,051 number of mental health professionals, both in the private and in the government. So the total mental health workers per 100,000 population is 2.2. The next slide will illustrate about the professionals in mental health. Next slide, please. So as you can see here, for every 100,000 population, there's less than one psychiatrist who going to be handling it. 0.6, no? If we round that off. And even fewer is the child psychiatrist. Psychologists are 0.88, occupational therapists is 0.30, and for speech therapists, same with the psychologists in terms of how many health workers will there be available for 100,000 population. So they are saying that psychiatrists is already a dying breed, and that some of the law that is going to be passed in terms of psychologists, is already on its way to mitigate this problem. Okay, next. Next slide. So here are just DOH mental health facilities that have service provision in terms of confinement or hospitalization as inpatient bed and have an outpatient service. Look at the bottom number where there's the National Center for Mental Health. You can see the discrepancy in terms of inpatient bed. We're the largest at 4,200 beds. Some of the regions have already have this service provision. Okay. Next, please. The mental health system governance, of course, the Mental Health Act, which will be tackled after me, Republic Act number 11036, which was approved June 20, 2018, and the IRR, which was approved 6 months after. No? The assigning of this IRR was done here at the National Center for Mental Health. Okay. Next, please. So when to seek help? If somebody you know or you yourself worry excessively or you feel anxious most of all the time, you can shake the impact of past and recent traumatic events. If you're seriously considering suicide, next slide. You're using alcohol and drugs and other substances to numb your emotional pain. You feel like a ticking time bomb. You have irrational fears that interfere with your life. You don't want to get out of your room because of some fear, no, or you're afraid. And if you have a very unusual or troubled relationship, it affects your food and eating habit. Next slide. Now, with this, I guess it's time to seek for professional help. Let me touch on mental health stigma in the Philippines. We should take note that mental illness is a treatable condition, no, but there is stigma primarily because long time our society have falsely viewed them as a sign of personal weakness, moral failure, lack of willpower, or attention-seeking behavior. No? And that is the reason why I would like to equip you with the basic information on mental health, no, such as the definition, for you to view them, no, factual, no, not based on individual weaknesses or some moral failure or a lack of willpower, no. So this misunderstanding creates stigma which leads to a feeling of isolation, shame, and of course, it will prevent you, no, uh, for seeking help, no, or seeking support, no. Uh, Nowadays, there's so many anecdotal stories about children trying to reach out to their parents, no, but based on the generation gap, no, wherein the parents would say, you can do that, kaya mo yan, no, uh, probably belittling the emotional feeling of the adolescent or the child or the son or daughter, no, that would make them stop, no, confiding or telling them what they truly feel. Therefore, no, uh, making the intervention delayed or even worse will not come because they will not seek, no, help already. So that's the result of the major result of the stigma in terms of mental health. Okay, so stigma keeps people from seeking support and or getting the care that they need and deserve. Next slide. So when we say it's a treatable condition, mental illness, we have to treat it like any other illnesses. No, for example, if you have diabetes, if you don't take anti-diabetic drug, then you will remain with an increased sugar level in your body. So you need some maintenance If you are hypertensive, if you don't take antihypertensive, then your blood pressure remains high. So with mental illnesses, no, if you have to take medications to remove your unnecessary perceptions or your alteration in terms of your what you're thinking, be it paranoia, no, be it isolation, no, and it helps you uplift your mood, whether you're depressed, no, feeling anxious. So you need to take some of the medication, no. So stigma, as I've said, can lead to avoiding getting care, being perceived as dangerous or violent by the society. Then you receive discrimination, uh, employment and housing barriers. You'll be isolated, you feel shame, and then no, it's where you're prone to committing suicide. Next slide. Now, stopping stigma will now help to create no your academic some form of academic success, empowerment for people to seek care, improve health both mentally and physically, no? And then we will develop a more caring community, more individual care and support, and more stable housing and employment. Okay, next. So what can we do? Next slide. We offer help and support, recognize mental illness as treatable health condition, see the person, not just their condition. So we should stop addressing them as schizophrenics, as depressed individuals, but individuals with depressive symptoms, individuals with schizophrenia. So stop stigma or misconception with facts. And that's the reason why, again, that I presented to you some of the nomenclature and factual issues. Use respective languages when talking about mental health and illnesses. Now we're into politically correct terms, no? So how do we destigmatize? Having an open dialogue about mental health, but the dialogue should be factual and not about myths and beliefs, no? Promoting education around mental health issues so that they are better understood. And that's the reason why we're very appreciative of this activity, no? Spearheaded by your organization. Showing compassion and patience for those struggling with mental health, encouraging equity between those who have mental illness and those who don't, and encouraging those with who experience mental health struggles to seek professional help. Next slide, please. So let me touch on just the three primary types of stigma. Of course, we have the public stigma. It refers to um, creating intentional no definition between us and them, no, like a patient label, identifying the individual as a patient requiring treatment or hospitalization, no? Or doing away or uh, saying some pejorative labels like insane, crazy, no, to which refer to certain individuals. Okay. Now, self-stigma refers to when an individual is labeling himself or herself for will like for example to self-handicap, no, self-label, and use this label as an excuse for failure and thereby limiting their development, no. The effects of self-stigma can include feeling damaged, feeling weak, no, feeling vulnerable, and that's the reason why it's imperative to empower them so that they will uh, cease, no, to self to go into self-stigmatization of their mental illness. Okay. Then we have the structural stigma. No, it's a sociological concept, no, that identifies intentional effects, no, from social power dynamics. What is this pertains to? No, it pertains to practices of institutions, no, to restrict the autonomy uh, of people with mental illness. No? Scenarios like involuntary hospitalization, no? Wherein some of our citizens will bring the patient, no, against their will to a hospital for confinement, no? Or an individual who is being denied insurance in case insurance coverage, like for example, suicide is not covered in most of the insurance policies, or restriction of individuals with a history of mental illness in specific career fields. So these are the three types of stigma. Next slide, please. So first and foremost, stigma loves its silence. No? So if the person remain silent, if us, no, tayo, if we hear some stigmatizing statements and we remain silent, then that what we heard will become factual, no, or will become a reality because we did not uh, uh, say something, no, that is factual. So when we understand and know better, we do better in terms of destigmatizing. If no understanding helps us talk more openly, create connection, and improve mental health for all, and learn about the impact of stigma so we can end it all for all. No? Next slide. Let me touch on lastly on the mental health literacy. I guess because majority of the listeners now are students. No, now it has found out that Filipino college students have an average mental health literacy score. They are average in psychological well-being and above average in psychological distress like anxiety, no, fear, but they are below average in terms of mental illness. They do not know whether the symptoms that they are experiencing has uh, went in or already in the mental illness level. Okay. Now, students from state universities showed significantly higher mental health literacy. Ironic, no, scores than those in the private universities. No, in comparison, that's the reason why I say ironic, because it is the students from the private universities that have substantial higher anxiety than those who participated from the state university. And yet, they showed a lower literacy score than those in the state universities. Okay? Therefore, there's still a need to enhance mental health advocacies and campaigns to combat stigma. Okay. Next slide. So just to touch on the National Center for Mental Health Services. Sige, go. Just go through this quickly. I'd just like to inform you guys that our facility has all of these services. Okay. Next slide. Next slide. So we do have, if you go back to the last slide, last slide, please. Previous one. Previous one. Yeah. As you go to the last column, the National Center for Mental Health is the only institution right now with a forensic section. That means we cater to individuals with cases in court. No, these individuals with concurrent mental illness, uh, which they have are being committed here through court orders. No? I also cannot discharge them if they are improved already. I have to wait for another court order for their release. So this is the only institution that caters to those with court cases, whether civil or criminal cases filed against them, that we have to prepare them uh, to be fit to stand trial. Okay, next slide. This is the crisis hotline numbers. And our the last slide, of course, there's no health without mental health. Again, thank you very much for your attention and good morning to everybody. Just in time.
Thank you very much, Doc Reyes. But before we start with the question and answer portion, we'd like to, the LEB would like to apologize for the technical difficulties that we've had earlier. We are fixing the problem, and we would just request our participants to again see to it that you have renamed your Zoom name. So just follow the school, law school, or institution, followed by your complete name. Thank you very much. Now, Doc Reyes, we will have the question and answer. So we're asking everyone to type in the chat box any questions or comments that you have. You may include your name and the law school you're from. You can send in your questions, participants. Are there questions? Nina?
Binet, meron na ata sa chat.
Our question,
Yes.
Doc Reyes, uh, doon po sa part, so this is from the participant, doon po sa part ng resources, why don't we include the psychometricians? This is a
We
question from RPM po.
we definitely need to include them. No, they are a major component. No, this is the scenario. No, based on existing laws right now, no, any government facility or hospital cannot employ psychometricians because all government plantilla positions are psychologists too. Psychologists ang requirement. Now, for government to hire psychologists, they need to have a masteral for 2 years. No, and that's where the conflict lies. No, college students after 4 years of graduating from uh, and passing the boards, they are now RPM or registered psychometricians. We cannot employ them based on the law or based on the plantilla of government. No, so they need to take up masteral. Upon taking up masteral, they have to pass the board exam for masters. After passing, then we can employ them as full-time psychologists. However, government now will give a salary grade 11 for them, which is very low comparing to what they have gone through, the qualification that they have really gone through, no? And that's the reason why we already, as a facility, the National Center for Mental Health, already wrote a petition to the DBM, Budget and Management, on the creation of psychometrician plantilla. And hopefully by this year, we can have it approved and include that in our plantilla positions. And for once approved, we can now hire those who are board passer after a 4-year college course to become a testing, no, or a assessment assessor, no, in terms of neuropsychiatric test. Uh, that's the bottom line, no, of it, no, and hopefully the law can be passed for the creation of these plantilla positions and augment the mental health workforce in the coming years. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, Doc Reyes. Do you have some more questions? Kindly type in your questions to our chat box. Yes po. Do you have some more questions from the participants? Yes, we have. Yes, Miss Darlene Collado, do you have a question? Oh, okay. Okay, so I think that's all for today. Thank you very much, Doc Reyes. I'm sure everyone in the viewers has learned a lot for your discussion, from your discussion. Um, in case they still have questions, maybe we can also email to you. Yes, there's another one question. Doc, may pahabol. Still typing. How about the others? Ayan, meron na po. Doc, how can law students recognize when it's time to seek professional help?
Yeah, brought a smile to my face. No, of course, every in the academe, whether you're a law student, whether you're engineering, whether you are a uh, an individual studying medicine, uh, it entails different stresses. No, of course, we do have our own mentors and tormentors in terms of our uh, yung ating mga teachers. So our stress level is quite different. Um, so I've mentioned when the time that when you will seek professional help, no. Pero sa generally speaking, no, for me to answer it clearly, no, if what you are feeling affects your functionality in terms of your personal, interpersonal, and your work, school, or academic responsibilities, then please seek professional help. No, yun lang. No, if you find pleasure in doing something 3 months ago and right now ayaw mo nang gawin, you feel that you have no energy in doing that, no, then something has changed because you find pleasure in doing that and not now it's not pleasurable anymore. So there's a significant change. No, there's a drop in your functionality in school, no, in terms of your academic requirements. If it's a drop, no, especially in personal perspective, kung hindi ka na naliligo, hindi ka na natutulog, no, if your sleep is impaired, no, if your personal grooming is already affected, then it's really time to seek professional help. Okay.
Thank you, Doc.
For yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, I was going to the next question already. The effective
Ah,
coping strategies for
sige po.
managing anxiety.
Okay
Oo.
po, Doc.
We Filipinos have the number one coping strategy is spirituality. No, we are very known for close family ties. No, but like to inform you, in the recent survey done by a Singaporean facility, no, they found out that Filipinos are the number one in terms of loneliness uh, factor. No, which is quite uh, the opposite. No, why do we feel lonely if we as a community or our culture dictates that we have strong family ties? No, it is because of the migration also. Many of us are migrating from rural to urban areas. And urban areas, the reason being is better education, better healthcare, and of course, better opportunity. Kaya tayo nagpupunta sa Manila or some other urban areas, no? Urban Cebu. And we migrate from the rural areas. But once we go to the urban areas, we cannot ask our parents to go with us or our sibling to go with us. And therefore, we tend to be isolated. No? And of course, one factor also based on the study is our indulging to social media quite heavily. No? It was found out that uh, more than 6 to 7 hours of engaging in social media is very detrimental already to our mental wellness. Okay. So the best coping style for us Filipinos is of course spirituality, our companionship, belong, our belonging to a certain group, no? Kaya nga it's a red flag for us if we evaluate somebody who has no accreditation or walang affiliation to a group, no, it's a red flag sa amin to take in an individual. It's a also a criteria for confinement. If nobody will take care of him, why would we discharge? No, they better take care of him here. That's it. No. So these are the coping mechanism that is, and I guess it was tackled by the first speaker, which is very good, no? Uh, Avoiding toxic people, no? That is in the principle of love yourself. Eh. Yeah, if you come across a certain person that uh, you feel something very difficult in the dealing with him or with her, then you avoid them because you love yourself more. All right. So that's a good coping mechanism. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Doc. We have several questions in the chat
Yeah.
box. The next question is, I think this is a follow-up in the earlier that's posted. While waiting for the approval for psychometricians, what can the RPM do in the present situation to address mental health?
You remain informed. No, you maintain your idealism. Some of you are involved in guidance counseling in schools. No, you're very much involved in private offices. No, doing your HR component. No, human resource component. No, you maintain that. No, that would be uh, a good for for everybody. No, and hopefully once this the approval. No, once we get the approval, then we can really start doing some programs for you, no, for your for what intervention you can do in terms of the national mental health situation. But you are there already doing your own personal thing, no? Some of you are already involved in the TRCs or the treatment and rehabilitation centers, no, in terms of substance abusers, no. So some of you are employed already there. Some of you are really contributing to human resource management. Some of you are involved in occupational therapy already. So maintain that idealism. And once we get this approved, no, for sure, the National Center for Mental Health will be coming up with some certain programs, and of which you can really uh, advertisement already. Please apply once the apply here once the plantilla gets approved. Thank you. We really need you guys.
Thank you, Doc. Our next question is being angered easily a sign of, or rather, is being angered easily a sign of a mental health issue?
If it reaches a point that you've already affected your functionality, then yes, no. Anger is quite different. It's age related. Uh, uh, if you are irritable and easily angered by small things, and you're already 35 years old or 40 years old, then it's already an issue because by that time you already should have developed a sense of control over your emotions. No, um, Filipinos, no, we when we grow up, we have this primary process thinking, no, wherein we cannot delay gratification. That's primary process thinking. No? We need gratification at once. But as you grow up, no, you now should be proceeding to a secondary process of thinking, which is now you can be able to postpone or delay your gratification to a much appropriate date. No? And that's the reason why for kids, no, when they go to mass with their parents, if they see a balloon, they would ask their parents, buy me balloons. And whatever the parent would say, that we wait until the mass is over. No, I want it now. I want it now. Because they cannot delay their gratification. Whereas us, as you grow old, as you mature, you know, now you can wait for Friday to watch a movie. Now you can wait for a certain period of time to have to go out with your friends, no, because you have other responsibility. Now you can delay that gratification. And so, ganun din ang anger, no? You now should be able to control it or, no, control it or express that anger in a more productive or creative way, no? Hindi na tayo dapat nagdadabog sa tatanda na natin. Hindi na tayo dapat naninigaw sa mga tao, no, under our supervision, right? So if the if you're getting angry most of the time and at small uh, issues that you should not be that angry, no, that angry, then it already affects your uh, interpersonal because nobody is approaching you anymore. Yeah, then it's already an issue. Okay.
Thank you, Doc. In the interest of time, we will have two more questions. So,
Can
our
I address the
national,
follow the next one? The
ano po?
ultimate cause?
Sige
Can I
po.
address
Sige,
the
sige
next?
po.
Uh, what is actually the ultimate cause of mental health for Filipinos? No. Uh, they, right now we are doing some form of study because it's a public health issue already. That's reached a certain level of public health. No. What do I mean by that? No. So it's yeah, correct. It's hereditary. It can be inherited. It can be due to the factors, psychological factors, early loss in life, trauma early in life, no, and it's also about. But what I'm saying about uh, public health issue, no, it pertains to, like, for example, the increase of prevalence of some of the depression, no, uh, on your condition, public health issue, no, in your social issue. Like, for example, victims of armed conflict are very prone now to depression because their future is very uncertain. They live in an area where there's armed conflict, you know. LGBTQ plus, they are also, prone because of bullying, because of discrimination. So the ultimate cause of mental health for Filipinos has now uh, reached a level of public health. How do we address poverty? How do you address lack of school, no, unemployment, uneducation, yung no education whatsoever, no. So this makes the individual prone or uh, because since they have not developed a certain sense of self-esteem, no, based on their condition, then it is a cause now for mental illness. So, and that's the reason why That's the reason why I would really like to address this. There's really no ultimate cause for mental health for Filipinos, be it hereditary or it has now reached a level of there's so many factors involved for an individual now to have a mental health problem. I hope I answered that right. Correct. Thank you.
Thank you po, Doc. So this is our last question. Um, how can law students get involved in mental health of advocacy or support initiatives through NCMH po?
Wow, what a very nice question. We certainly have so many programs in terms of our uh, uh, in terms of our programs in terms of prevention and promotion, no, preventive promotive programs. No, we have our caravans. No, we go to school by school and teaching them the facts. No, uh, in a nutshell, we want kakampi. We want a teammate. No, we Filipinos still we want somebody to spread the news. No? That mental illness, you're going to develop mental illness because just because the moon is full, no? We want uh, we want somebody to advocate certain facts on mental illness. We want somebody to tell the community that uh, it is not through sleeping with wet hair that that you're going to have mental illness. It is not through taking a bath during your menstruation that you're going to have a mental illness. We should now debunk all of this. And it entails all Filipinos to be educated and well informed about mental illness. No, so it's to address that. No, I guess uh, all students should be learning. No, learn about all of this to debunk the myths, no, and for them to really contribute in destigmatizing the mental illness. So it is mental illness have a scientific basis. No, it's all about dysregulation in your hormones, no, in your neurotransmitters in the brain, and it's readily and really treatable. No, it is not caused by sumpa. It is not caused by mana, no, and it should be so any other students really can help disseminating all of these fact, facts about mental illness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc Reyes. I would like to thank you for your time and expertise that you've shared with us. Thank you so much. Before we end, let's give Doc Reyes a virtual applause. Thank you po. And if you have some more questions to our speaker, you can email it to us, programs@leb.gov.ph. So this afternoon, we have two more interesting discussions from our expert resource speakers. And we'll take our lunch first, okay, and be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you, Doc Reyes. Okay, you can hear me now? Okay, again, this afternoon, I'm honored to have with us Attorney Chel Diokno for a talk on the Philippine Mental Health Laws. So we are now focusing on the legal side of things. Well, a lot of us know him already, but let me do a quick introduction. Let me read his quick bio. Attorney Jose Manuel Chel Diokno is a lawyer, educator, human rights and environmental defender, social media crusader and advocate of youth empowerment, good governance, and justice for all. Attorney Chell is a law professor for the last 19 years, and he has taught thousands of law students in various subjects, including human rights, legal writing, evidence, criminal procedure, and constitutional law. He is a member and later chairperson of the Free Legal Assistance Group, or FLAG, where he secured landmark rulings from the Supreme Court on freedom of speech, the writ of amparo, and due process of law, among others. As an advocate of youth empowerment, Attorney Chell believes that the Filipino youth have much to contribute to nation building. And like his father, the late Senator Jose Jocno, also known as the father of human rights in our country, Attorney Chell dreams of the Philippines as a nation where we can all live in abundance, savor the beauty and bounty of our land and seas, and love and sing in freedom. Again, join me in welcoming Attorney Chell Jocno. Good afternoon, Attorney Chell.
Ayan, thank you. Good afternoon. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat, and thank you to the Legal Education Board for inviting me to be part of this event. Meron po akong slides. May I request that the slides be put on the screen? Okay naman po yung audio natin?
Yes po, Attorney.
All right. So my assignment this afternoon is to give everyone here an overview of Philippine mental health laws. But before I go into the meat of the topic, since I understand that I think halos lahat ng nandito ngayon ay mga law students, allow me to spend a few minutes also talking about how important it is for you, for law students to also be aware of your mental health and to take care. I know how stressful going to law school can be. That much hasn't changed even from the time na ako nasa law school. But it's important that we be aware of problems that we may encounter, which are normal, which happen to a lot of us. Ang importante lang is, number one, we are mindful of it, and number two, that we are not afraid to seek help. So I say this also to my students at De La Salle, to all the students whom I teach, na kailangan, dapat importante sa atin lahat din yung self-help at saka yung reaching out when we need help, because there are many who are knowledgeable, who are willing to help as well. All right, let's move on to the next slide, please. Allow me to begin by talking about the mental health situation in the Philippines. Ano baga ang ating sitwasyon pagdating sa issues of mental health? Well, in a study made by the World Health Organization 7 years ago on the Philippines, they found that we at that time had about 3.3 million cases of depression or depressive disorders and another 3 million cases of anxiety disorders. These figures are before the pandemic. So if you look at what the numbers that came later, and I will share with you some more data after this slide, medyo nakakabahala yung issues involving mental health among our people. In a study made by the Department of Health in 2020, they found that 3.6 million Filipinos suffer from depression, but the DOH itself said that malamang mas mataas pa ang numero na yan because there are many of us who don't seek help due to economic and social barriers. So may stigma talaga, and this is also backed up by some surveys that tend to show that we don't even want to admit, and much less to seek help when we have mental health issues. Next slide, please. In fact, in a study also made in 2017, 65% of those who were surveyed said that they believe that people with mental health conditions have little chance of recovery. Almost half believe that they will be looked down on if they have mental health issues. 62% said it would even be embarrassing to go out with a relative with such a condition. And 51% said they prefer not to tell others if they had a mental illness. So yun ang isang obstacle when it comes to providing those who need the assistance in terms of mental health is may stigma nga, and there's this cultural or social issues that we have in terms of seeking help. Next slide, please. In fact, in 2020, the World Health Organization said that our country has the third highest rate of mental health problems in the Western Pacific region, and that the third most common disability in the Philippines, ito nga na-surprise ako dito, is mental, neurological, and substance use illness. So this is really something that we should be flagging, and both private and public sectors should be increasingly concerned about. Next slide, please. In a much more recent study, last year alone, among our youth, there was a study that found that 10 to 15% of young Filipinos, that is those between the ages of 5 to 15, have mental health problems. And I recall during the pandemic, I had a conversation with one of our country's top psychiatrists, and he was telling me that before the pandemic, ang karamihan ng mga young patients niya were mga adolescent age, 13 years old up. But during the pandemic, nagkakaroon siya ng mga pasyente na as young as even 8 years old, and meron pa yata siyang isa na 5 years old lang. So that is also an indication of how we were affected by the pandemic in terms of mental health. Next slide, please. Those are my sources if you're interested in looking at the data more deeply. Next slide. So we move on. I prepared my slides in the form of FAQs para madali. And please, if you have any questions, you're welcome to put it in the chat or even open your mic and ask. I don't mind being interrupted. Mas maigi na yung meron na tayong conversation. So the next basic question is, what laws have been enacted on mental health? And the primary law, of course, is the Mental Health Act, which was enacted in 2018. There are other laws that somehow deal with mental health, although not directly. One is the anti-torture law, which we will discuss later on, because it has provisions that prohibit psychological torture, which can really affect our mental health. Another is the Magna Carta for disabled persons, and of course, the Universal Healthcare Law, among others. Next slide, please. So, simulan na po natin sa Mental Health Act. Of course, whenever we look at the law, and I'm sure all the law students here are familiar with the process, if we want to know the rationale for the law, we look at the Declaration of Policy. At dito naman, klarong-klaro na ang purpose ng Mental Health Act is really to affirm and protect the basic right of all Filipinos to mental health, and as well the rights of those who seek mental health services to be protected as well. What exactly are the policies that the state wants to promote as far as mental health is concerned? Of course, to ensure the mental health of all our countrymen and countrywomen, to make sure that there are proper treatments provided for those with mental health issues that are affordable, timely, high quality, and culturally appropriate. To make sure as well that any kind of mental health services are done free from coercion and there is accountability to service users, meaning those who are seeking treatment, and that those who are seeking treatment are still able to exercise the full range of human rights, participate fully in society, and at work free from stigmatization and discrimination. Next slide, please. There are a few international instruments that we that also touch on mental health. One of them, of course, is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The other one mentioned in our mental health law is the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. But in my view, as well as the Magna Carta for disabled persons, but I think there are other international instruments that should also be mentioned. The ICCPR and the ICESCR, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, I think also touch on mental health rights. Next slide, please. Objectives of the Mental Health Act. I think this is pretty much self-explanatory, pero maganda rin makita natin yung scope ng gustong mangyari ng ating estado. Of course, we have to have national policies, strategies, programs, and rules relating to mental health. That must create an integrated and efficient mental health care system. We have to make sure that the service users, those who are seeking treatment for mental health issues, that their rights and freedoms are protected. Develop strengthen information systems, evidence, and research. Make sure that we have integrated mental health care in our basic health services, and promote mental health in schools, workplace, and in communities. One of the issues I think that we face as far as promoting mental health is concerned has to do with the Universal Healthcare Law, which I will tackle sometime later in this talk. Okay, let's move on to the next slide, please. How does the law define mental health? Well, I think it's a very simple and clear-cut definition. A state of well-being where the individual realizes one's own abilities and potentials, is able to cope adequately with the normal stresses of life, has resilience in the face of extreme life events, can work productively and fruitfully, and can make a positive contribution to the community. Ang tanong ko na lang sa inyo, by these standards, how is your mental health? Next slide, please. Later, I hope I have a little time. I will spend a few minutes, if I can, talking about how law students in particular can deal with stress and anxiety. Alam nyo, yung pinasok nyong disiplina is really a stressful activity. Not just being a law student, but being a lawyer later on can really be bad for our stress levels. Kaya maganda rin kung armado din kayo, kung meron din kayo mga techniques na magagamit in terms of dealing with stress, anxiety related to studies and later to law practice. Ano naman ang definition ng mental health law pagdating sa mental health condition? And the law defines this as follows: a neurologic or psychiatric condition which is characterized by recognizable clinically significant disturbances in an individual's cognition, emotional regulation, or behavior. And ang sumasalamin dapat itong symptoms na ito sa isang genetic or acquired dysfunction, either in the neurobiological, psychosocial, or developmental processes that underlie our mental functioning. It's clear, no? And the law is evidence-based, it's based on science, and therefore it also provides that the determination of these conditions should be based on scientifically accepted medical nomenclature and best available scientific and medical evidence. All right, next slide, please. The law has a unique term that we find that refers to service users. Sino ba ang mga service users? Lahat ng mga naghahanap ng treatment for mental health issues. Persons with lived experiences of any mental health condition, including those who require or who are undergoing any kind of mental health care. Kasama doon ang psychiatric, neurologic, or psychosocial care. They are all considered as service users. Next slide, please. So ano ang mga karapatan na kinikilala ng Mental Health Act pagdating sa mga service users natin? It's very broad, and I'm very happy with how the law protects service users. So isa-isahin natin ito. First, of course, and most important for me, it's one of the most important issues when we talk about the violations of rights of service users is discrimination and stigmatization. The law is very clear that one of its purposes is to protect our freedom from social, economic, and political discrimination and stigmatization. Second, of course, is access to affordable essential health and social services. Third, access to psychosocial care and clinical treatment in the least restrictive environment and manner. Fourth, humane treatment. Ibig sabihin ng humane, syempre, walang cruel and unusual punishment, walang torture, walang solitary confinement, and other invasive procedures. And, of course, access to legal services. Interesting to kasi mamaya itatali ko rin siya sa issues on the anti-torture law, which provide, on the other hand, a right to a doctor. So, service users are entitled, have a right to legal services, just like criminal accused have a right to counsel. And the law also provides that if a service user cannot afford counsel, PAO or a legal aid institution of the choice of the service user will be the one to assist. Next slide, please. Isa pang very important right ay the right to confidentiality of all information, communication, and records. And this is very broad, no? Kahit anong, in whatever form it is stored, anything like that regarding the service user, or any aspect of the service user's mental health treatment or care is covered by the rule on confidentiality. May exception siya. What you see on the screen, hindi ko na po siya babasahin lahat. But there are recognized exceptions in the law to the rule on confidentiality. But nonetheless, the basic and general rule is that all of this information is confidential. This has some connection as well to the Data Privacy Act. Because take note, our data privacy law protects not only personal information, but also sensitive personal information, which I think is broad enough to cover the kind of information you see on the screen. Ano yung mga nature ng mga exceptions? Of course, number one, consent. Pag pumayag yung service user, that is already, of course, an exception. If there's a life-threatening emergency and it's needed, that the information must be disclosed para maayos yung treatment niya. That's also covered. When disclosure is required by law or pursuant to a court order, as long as, of course, the court has proper jurisdiction, these are the types of exceptions that are recognized by the law. Next slide, please. Ano naman, earlier we spoke about the rights that are protected. How about what crimes or what are punishable acts under the mental health law? In relation to confidentiality, of course, violations of the rule, unless they're covered by the exceptions, are punishable. Discrimination against persons with mental health conditions, administering any kind of inhumane, cruel, degrading, or harmful treatment, not based on medical or scientific evidence. And when going back to the issue of discrimination, it is really something that is quite broad when we look at the definition. any distinction, exclusion, or restriction which has the purpose or effect, so either yung intent or yung naging epekto niya, of nullifying the recognition, enjoyment, or exercise on an equal basis with others of all human rights and freedoms. And this would cover not only the political spectrum, but even economic, social, cultural, civil, or other fields. Kasama na po doon ang lahat ng klaseng diskriminasyon, including denial of reasonable accommodations. Next slide, please. Ano naman po ang penalties for violating those, for committing any of those punishable acts? It's either or both. Imprisonment, not less than 6 months nor more than 2 years. Fine between 10,000 to 200,000 pesos, or both imprisonment or fine at the court's discretion. Let's move on. The Mental Health Act has imposed obligations on a number of government agencies. It also created a council, which is now known as the Philippine Council for Mental Health. Sino-sino ang members na itong council, PCMH? The DOH secretary is the chair of the council. Members are the secretaries of DepEd, DOLE, DILG, the chair of CHR, chair of CHED, and one representative each from the academe, medical or health professional organizations, and NGO involved in mental health issues. Ayan po ang PCMH. But what does the PCMH do? That's covered by the next slide. It's the central policy-making, planning, and coordinating and advisory body of the government. It is attached to the DOH. And of course, ang purpose nitong PCMH is really to ensure the protection of the rights and freedoms of persons with mental health issues and the delivery of proper mental health services that responds to the needs of the people. Dapat ang Philippine Council for Mental Health ang magtatatag ng National Multisectoral Strategic Plan for Mental Health, and also to monitor implementation of the Mental Health Act. So that is the PCMH. Next slide, please. Department of Health has several roles that it plays. Aside from what was earlier mentioned, it's the DOH that is mandated to formulate, development, and implement a national mental health program. Next slide. Ang mga LGU naman, sa lahat ng level po ito, from barangay to city, each LGU is obliged to create its own responsive primary health services program. Siyempre, within the guidelines set by the PCMH. So a lot of the obligations as far as mental health really are not just national, but local government concerns. Ano naman ang mga dapat gawin ng DepEd, CHED, and TESTA? Well, they are required to integrate age-appropriate content regarding mental health into the curricula at all educational levels in both public and private institutions. Dapat evidence-based itong mga mental health programs and may appropriate guidelines and standards. Next slide. Ang DOLE and Civil Service Commission naman, of course, this has relations to our workers, both in the public and the private sector. This is their role really is to make sure that there are appropriate policies, guidelines, and standards on promoting mental health, and that all mental health programs are again evidence-based to make sure that there's the issues of stigma and discrimination are at least minimized in the workplace. Next slide. Ang DSWD naman ay ang isang tungkulin niya is of course to make sure that service users get connected to the proper mental health facilities, professionals, workers, and other service providers, that they get appropriate care. that the DSWD is also required to make sure that they have access to public or group housing facilities, counseling, therapy, and so on. And also working together with the LGUs and the DOH, the SWD is tasked to formulate, develop, and implement community resilience and psychosocial well-being training. Kasama na po dyan ang mga psychosocial support services pag may mga nangyayaring natural disasters and other calamities. Next slide, please. May role ba ang CHR at ang DOJ? Yes, working together with the DOH, they are mandated by the Mental Health Law to receive all complaints of abuses or violations in mental health care and also to initiate appropriate investigation and action. So those are the salient features of the Mental Health Act. There are, of course, many specific provisions provided in the law. I just wanted to give you an idea of an overview of what the salient features of the law are. Ang sunod na tanong ay, meron pa bang ibang mga pending legislation on mental health? There are a number of pending bills. Among them are the following. State Universities and Colleges Mental Health Services Act, which requires the establishment of mental health offices in schools. I think this is a good idea because we have issues, many of our students, not just in law school, but in other levels of studies, are also experiencing issues of mental health. The second pending bill is Psikologista para sa Bayan Act. And this is a very interesting bill that mandates the hiring of one psychologist per city or municipality, na siya yung pwede magbigay ng mga makonsultahan at magbigay ng counseling for persons in those areas. Another bill is the Comprehensive Mental Health Benefit Act, directing PhilHealth to develop a benefit package for those with mental health illnesses. Kasama na dapat doon ang emergency services and psychiatric and neurological services. And then you have the Mental Health Promotion and Leave Act for employees na maliban sa mga typical vacation and sick leave, ay meron din dapat magkaroon ng mental health promotion and leave ang mga empleyado natin. So these are some of the laws that are pending in Congress. And I do hope that more legislation is enacted promoting and protecting mental health in our country. Okay, I'm looking at the chat. Wala pa naman kayong mga tanong, so ituloy muna natin. Next slide, yes. What you see on the screen addresses the question, paano kung saan ako pwedeng pumunta o kung may kakilala ako na may mga mental health issues, where can they go? Well, there are several hotlines available. There are other groups also that offer this, but yung nakalagay sa screen are the National Center for Mental Health Hotline and the Mind Matters Hotline. Yeah. I came across this article written by a lawyer, and for proper attribution, yung source ko ay nandyan sa slide, which talks about more recent data, which is quite disturbing about mental health insofar as the youth sector of our country is concerned. Let me just read a few parts of what he wrote. Sabi niya ganon, during a recent hearing on the implementation of the Mental Health Act conducted by the Senate Committee on Health, several figures from the DOH and NCMH paint a disturbing picture on the state of mental health of our young people. Next slide, please. Imagine tingnan nyo yung numbers. 5 years ago, in 2019, the NCMH received only 2,413 mental health-related calls and 712 calls related to possible suicide. But in 2020, umakyat po yan from 2,430, from 712 suicide-related, naging 2,841 suicide-related calls, from 2,413 mental health-related calls, it all naging times 4, 8,176. In 2021, yung 2,841 na suicide-related calls in the previous year ay dumoble. Halos 5,000, naging 5,167 siya. Yun naman, mental health-related calls na 8,000 plus in 2020 ay naging 9,730. And most disturbing is the last bullet. In school year 2021 to 2022, there were over 2,000 attempted suicides and over 400 actual death by suicide. So medyo nakakabahala talaga yung mental health issues, especially when it comes to young Filipinos. Okay, I see a question in the chat. Good afternoon po, Attorney. Ask ko lang po, what is your take tungkol sa guidance counselors? Kasi they also give services about mental health. Thank you po. Sobrang dami na po kasi may mga mental health issues. Then there's another question. I'll tackle this both one at a time about the psikologista bill. So unahin natin yung issue of guidance counselors. Yes, I think that the more personnel our schools can provide in terms of helping our students with mental health issues, the better. When in the De La Salle College of Law, when very soon after we set up the school, we realized that we also needed to provide that kind of service. So humingi kami sa main campus ng mga guidance counselors, and we now have programs that really are more where we have become much more mindful and attentive to the needs of our law students at De La Salle so far as mental health issues are concerned. So sana maganda nga yun that we have not only guidance counselors but even psychologists and psychiatrists at least on call. No, yung guidance counselors maganda kung mismo dun sila naka-assign, and then may naka-on call na experts who can help even kahit by online kung hindi pwedeng face-to-face. The second question goes to the issue of the, basahin ko na lang. I would like to ask your opinion regarding the effectivity of the Psikologista para sa Bayan Act. Would hiring one psychologist per city be enough? With the worrying rise of mental health, would it not be better if more psychologists could be hired? Yes, I totally agree. Especially our bigger cities. Baka nga hindi kakayanin ng isa lang. In fact, I have a related law sa legal naman na sa dami ng mga law graduates natin, di naman lahat ay nagiging abogado. Either hindi sila nagba-bar exam or hindi nakakapagpasa. Why not include in the plantilla of our barangays a law graduate who can help the barangay justice, yung issue sa lupon, tagapamayapa, as well as provide free consultation to the residents of each barangay. Pero yun ay nasa platform ko yun. It's just an idea of mine for possible legislation. But thank you for your questions. There's two more questions. Good afternoon po. Where to address work-related harassment? Well, there are several places where you could which provide the forum for work-related harassment. If it also depends on the type of harassment. Take note, we have a safe spaces law. So if it's that kind of harassment, you could bring it to the agencies provided. Kasama na doon ang nasa dole natin. Yung issues as far as mental health related, well, I think that the agencies that we have at present that cover mental health would be the appropriate agencies. But if you want to pursue legal remedies, ibig sabihin you want to recover damages or file a criminal case, then it's the usual agencies that provide that. So pag damages yan, sa courts po natin ipafile yan. Kung otherwise, if it's criminal cases, of course, that must go through the prosecutor's office and then the courts. Then there's one other Yeah, thank you for your questions. This is very helpful. I'm not sure what this question means. I'm curious po if nasama din po si psychometrician. I'm not exactly sure kung pasok din sa bill yun. If you look at the Psychology Act, I think they uh, combine, they really deal with both. So I think this law, although we'd have to check the provisions, would probably cover both. Okay, next question. How well equipped is our government when it comes to understanding mental health wellness? Well, and do you think there's been a huge change? Well, meron naman pagbabago. I think the stigma that we relate to people with mental health issues is not as bad as it used to be before. Pero andun pa rin at malaki pa rin siyang bagay. How well equipped is our government? Honestly, I think our government has not given this the priority that it deserves. In fact, in some articles that I've come across, they call it a ticking time bomb, itong issues natin sa mental health. And I fully support efforts to make our government more proactive when it comes to mental health issues. Ito, magandang tanong din to. Do we have an acceptable ratio between mental health providers and patients? I'm not an expert on mental health. Probably the experts would know. I am not aware of any acceptable ratio. Malamang meron yan in the academic literature, pero hindi ko po siya kabisado. Ito, maganda rin. How can we make sure that this law, the Mental Health Act, is realized? That's the same challenge that all our laws face. Minsan nga, na hirap yung mambabatas natin para maipasa yung isang batas. Yung pala, pag naipasa na, hindi naman pala na-implement. And the reasons are varied. I think sometimes the reason is financial. Hindi nila nalagyan ng kung saan manggagaling yung pera, walang avenue for making appropriate allocations for that law. Minsan hindi naman siya napapansin during the budget process. That's one. And second is the weaknesses in our regulatory agencies and those parts of our government that are required to act so that laws are fully implemented. Okay, a very nice question related to the legal profession. Why are mental health issues so common among lawyers? Tingin ko it's the nature of the work we do. Lawyers, we make our clients' problems our own. Di ba? Pag ako'y abogado, I accept a case involving a family dispute, kahit papano, I somehow have to deal with that, the emotional side of that dispute. And that now affects my own stress and anxiety levels. Minsan naman, it's because of the possible consequences of our handling a case. For example, I have handled many death penalty cases nung time na meron tayong death penalty law. And without realizing it until later, talagang affected din yung stress levels ko nung panahon na yon. Especially the fact na nung time na yon, talagang may mga na-execute. In fact, I got to witness 3 executions. I was there inside the lethal injection chamber when 3 men were killed by the state. And of course, that is something that nowadays that would have required a mental debriefing. Dapat meron akong kinonsulta na mental health experts who could have helped me cope with that kind of traumatic experience. Pero noong time na yon, this is like in the mid-90s, hindi man lang namin pinag-uusapan yan yung that side of practice. But I think those are the reasons why it's very common. Plus, of course, the financial burden on lawyers, where you're expected to earn, of course, and when you're not earning what you want to earn, that adds also to our stress levels. So really, there are many reasons why lawyers' mental health issues are very common in our profession. Those are just a few of the reasons. Iba naman to, academic freedom. Mukhang malayo to sa aking topic, but let me read this anyway. with regard to the professors having their academic freedom, where do we draw the line with regard to the right of every student to be treated with respect? Well, for me, there's really no line to draw because academic freedom is the freedom that we have in our schools, but it should never violate our basic rights. Tingin ko naman, it's very easy to separate the two. And if a professor, even if he or she uses academic freedom as their defense, kung meron siyang i-violate na basic right natin, I don't think that that will stand as a valid defense. Tips for law students, mamaya pag-usapan natin yan. Government and private sector's collaboration to increase access to mental health. Yes, the private sector can do a lot to help our government. I can think of so many things that the private sector can do. Oh, and there's an answer, thank you, to the question of ratio. Hello po, answering po to the best of my knowledge. As I know po, as per the statistics, medyo may imbalance ang ratio between psychologists and patients. There's a problem with supply and demand. I think also, for example, between guidance counselors and students in schools, may times na 1 per 2,000. Wow. So this would require more research, but I think there are issues as well in terms of the ratio. How does the law address the intersection of mental health and substance use disorders po? That's one area which I think has a lot of room for improvement. Kasi when we speak of substance use, that's covered by the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Law, which really uses a criminal justice approach to the drug problem rather than a health approach. In other countries, naging successful sila sa issues on drug use kasi hiniwalay niya. They recognize that drug use is a health problem. Drug trading, yung pagbebenta, is a criminal justice problem. Sana sa atin, although may mga ganon direction yung comprehensive dangerous drugs to, ano pa rin ang nagpe-prevail pa rin ay yung criminal justice approach. Okay, thank you for all your questions. Please continue. In the meantime, let's move on with the chat. And by the way, to the organizers, please just stop me when my time is over. Okay, anyway, nandiyan ang mga questions, so I can continue. Let me continue with the article I was sharing with you from Attorney Lauengco. Ngayon, ano yung purpose, ano yung dahilan kung bakit dumami yung mga issues of mental health? Well, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic was cited as one of the reasons why our youth, especially, are having more issues of mental health. But sabi ng mga mental health professionals, kahit na wala na nga tayo sa lockdown, wala ng COVID-19 pandemic, ay ano pa rin, they're still worried about the situation among our youth. Many studies point to the fact that today's youth have poorer mental well-being than those of previous decades. Next slide, please. So sabi I agree with this observation that we need to provide more ways to help our youth in terms of their mental health issues, more creative, innovative, and participative solutions to the problem. Next slide. Siyempre, malaking bagay yung pamilya at mga kaibigan ng may mga mental health issues. Learning more about how to spot these issues both in yourself and in other people is a very good aspect or very important aspect of self-help. Next slide, please. Teachers as well, of course, teachers are in a position to spot those with the warning signs and the red flags. And we should be proactive as far as these issues are concerned. Next slide. What other laws do we have that relate to mental health? Of course, I mentioned this earlier, the Universal Health Care Law. This is one of the provisions that tackles mental health. Sad to say, though, that most of what you find in the Universal Healthcare Law appears to refer to physical health services rather than mental. Pero at least kahit papano meron pa rin naman sila. Next slide, please. Then you have the Magna Carta for Disabled Persons. Take note that under Section 2 of the Mental Health Act, the Magna Carta applies as well. Mental health, persons with mental health conditions are now covered by the Magna Carta for Disabled Persons. Just to make it clear na pasok na po sila. Next slide, please. The anti-torture law actually also covers mental health issues because it prohibits mental or psychological torture, which it defines as any acts committed by a person in authority or agent of person in authority calculated to affect or confuse the mind or undermine a person's dignity and moral. Kasama na doon ang blindfolding, of course, threatening a person, confinement in solitary cells, secret detention places, prolonged interrogation, preparing a prisoner for a show trial, public display or public humiliation of a detainee or prisoner. So yung mga pinaparada ng mga nahuli, let's say magnanakaw na nahuli, actually that is defined as a form of psychological torture. Next slide, please. Maltreatment, causing the torture sessions to be witnessed by another member of the family or third party, sleep denial, infliction of shame, parading a person in public places, shaving the victim's head, etc. Prohibiting a victim from communicating with his family and other analogous acts. Next slide, please. Yeah, there's a question here that I think is also a good question. I'm a public school teacher and teaching in senior high. And this is the only time I learned that DepEd was integrated to help students with mental health problems, but we don't have psychologists. Is there any way to modify its qualification without prejudice to the law? Yes, I think the DepEd, if the issue is wala kayong makuha mga psychologists, at the very least, the DepEd can create programs that will help every teacher to spot the warning signs and the red flags and what the teacher should do pag may napansin siya na ganon. And then the DepEd also can be more creative and proactive na, o sige, kung wala sila makuha sa plantilla, why not get a panel of psychiatrists who will be available for phone-in and Zoom consultations? Think ko pwede naman nilang gawin yon, and that you don't have to, no amendments to the law would be necessary for that. Thank you for that question. Aside from psychological torture, other forms of cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment or punishment are also prohibited by the anti-torture law. Next slide, please. And of course, under the anti-torture law, walang excuse. Kahit may digmaan, ang nangyayari, armed conflict, not an excuse to commit torture. Next slide, please. And of course, victims of torture should be provided with a lot of assistance by the government. Prompt investigation. Next slide, please. Protection against harassment, especially when they testify or present evidence. Next slide, please. And itong isang malaking innovation ng law natin, that those who are interrogated before and after any kind of questioning, they have a right to be informed of their right to demand physical examination by independent doctor. And as well, that doctor must be competent and independent. Ito lang, while the title mentions psychological exam, the law does not specifically mandate psychological. It says the state shall endeavor to provide the victim with psychological evaluation. Ito, mas maganda sana kung required ng batas na mag-provide din. Kasi after all, torture, whether torture is physical or psychological, it will have an effect on the mind of the victim. Okay, next slide, please. Yan. If the victim of torture is female, then ang dapat mag-treat sa kanya na doktor ay female din. But again, the law says preferably. Yeah. And of course, this is in recognition of the right. Next slide, please. Meron din requirement ng rehab program for victims of torture and their families. Dapat magsama-samang DSWD, DOJ, and DOH, and they should also get the help of private sector to come up with such a comprehensive program. And as well, for restorative justice, dapat may parallel rehab program for the torturers. So this is something that's been done in other countries, and I'm glad that this was also incorporated in our law. Okay, since we only have a few minutes left, anyway, I can leave my slides with you. Allow me to paki-stop muna po ng screen sharing, and I'll spend a few minutes talking about how you can, how law students can deal with stress. Ganito yun, anong nangyayari sa inyo pagka magkakaroon kayo ng recit, o lalo na kung magkakaroon kayo ng exam, lalong-lalo na kung magbabar exam. Di ba, kinakabahan tayo. That's normal. That happens to everyone. Ang question na lang is what's a good way to deal with that kind of anxiety? Let me explain to you how I do it in my own practice. I have appeared before the Supreme Court by my count at least 8 times. Para sa akin, yung Supreme Court oral argument, ultimate recitation yon. Kasi kahit ano pwedeng itanong ng justice at 15 justice yan. I remember when I argued in the Torre de Manila case, yung photobomber case, yung sa Rizal Monument, tinanong ako ni Justice Carpio ba? Yeah, Justice Carpio, sabi niya, Attorney Jokno, when Jose Rizal was shot and turned to face his executioners, saan siya humarap? Nakaharap pa siya sa Manila Bay o inland? Tinanong din ako ni Justice Marvic, Leonen, yung bang Rizal Monument, is that the exact spot where Jose Rizal was shot? Siyempre, paano ko naman sasagutin yan, ano? But ganun ka, it can really raise your anxiety levels when you appear in the Supreme Court. So a few years ago, I came across these articles from a psychology website yata, which talk about how to transform your anxiety into excitement. Ganito yung technique. Siyempre, kung mag-argue ako sa Supreme Court, habang palapit na palapit yung araw ng oral argument, pagising ko pa lang, kinakabahan na ako. Paano kaya pag humarap ako doon at may tanong si Justice na hindi ko kayang sagutin? O paano kung mag-freeze ako? Paano kung hindi ko maalala yung dapat na maalala ko? Whenever I have thoughts like that, I immediately replace those thoughts with thoughts of excitement. So pagising ko, naku, takot ako sa mangyayari sa oral argument mamaya. I will immediately say to myself, kakalimutan ko yung thought na yan. I'm excited to appear in the Supreme Court later to show the court yung lahat ng pinag-aralan ko. So yung stressful thoughts natin, gagawin natin excited. Anong scientific basis niyan? Sabi ng mga psychologists, ganito yon. Ang state of anxiety, yung kinakabahan tayo, state of high arousal yan. Our heart is beating fast, we're breathing faster, all our body processes and our mental process, mabilis ang takbo niya. Pag sinabi mo sa utak mo, relax ka lang, chill ka lang, hindi naman nag-work yun eh. Kasi yung state of anxiety, para kang kotse na nasa 4th gear na. Tapos bigla mong ililipat sa 1st gear. Hindi pwede yon. Masisira nga yung sasakyan, di ba? Sa utak natin, kahit na ilang beses mo sabihin sa sarili mo, relax ka lang, stop trembling, it doesn't work. It just even increases your anxiety. Ang sabi ng mga expert, yung Pag ginawa mong excited yung anxiety mo, state of high arousal din ang excitement. Kasi pag excited tayo, mataas din yung blood circulation natin, yung breathing natin. Pero ang pagkaiba, anxiety negative, excitement positive. Pag excited ka, you want to participate in the event. Pag excited ka, talagang ina-expect mo, ina-anticipate mo yung mangyayari. You want to be part of that event. Unlike anxiety, parang ayaw mo. If you could be somewhere else, you would prefer to be somewhere else instead of taking the bar exam or doing the oral argument. And I will tell you by my own experience, nakakatulong talaga siya. So next time nakikakabahan kayo dahil sa exam, dahil sa recit, o kung magbabar na kayo, subukan nyo na palitan nyo yung anxious thoughts nyo into excitement. If you just look at kung i-google nyo lang yan, transforming anxiety to excitement, meron na kayong makahanap ng mga articles that I think will help you. Okay, I see. May I ask the organizers, okay na po ba tayo? There are several more questions. I don't know lang if I have time to answer them. Yes, that's known, yung technique na nabanggit ko is also known as cognitive reframing. Yes, very helpful technique. Ayun naman, anxiety from the professor being angry at yun, ako, I'm not a believer in that. Ako as a teacher, I don't see the need to make my students even more anxious by screaming at them or getting angry at them. But I know that it does happen. Doon naman papasok yung inyong resiliency at inyong tibay ng loob. As law students and later as lawyers, hindi lang naman teacher ang maninigaw sa iyo. Pwede tayong pagalitan ng judge, pwede tayong pagalitan ng justice. Kailangan matibay din ang loob natin. And there are things that you can do if in terms of making sure that you you are resilient internally as far as those kinds of tirades are concerned. All right, I will end my talk at this stage and thank you so much for your attention. And again, thank you to the Legal Education Board for the opportunity.
Yes, Attorney Chell, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation of the Philippine Mental Health Laws. And it has been a very insightful talk with you. Thank you for spending your time with us. Before we proceed to the next one, we would like to ask for a photo op with you. So we ask our participants to please open your camera and smile. Miss Nina.
One.
Okay, for the next page, I'll just count 1, 2, 3, smile. On the third page po, smile. Second to the last. And our last page, smile. Okay. Thank you po.
Thank you everyone and good luck sa inyong lahat. See you soon.
Thank you, Attorney Chell.
Paalam po.
Thank you po. So this time, we will welcome our last speaker for today, Attorney Ephraim B. On the topic, Law School Survival Tips Without the Tricks. Let me introduce our next speaker. Attorney B ranked first in the 2023 bar examinations with a grade of 89.2625%. He is an associate at Divinal Law and a member of the firm's litigation division. He also teaches various law subjects at the University of Santo Tomas Faculty of Civil Law and the Philippine Christian University College of Law. And he has also been invited by various universities, institutions, and review centers to give lectures on law subjects and bar exam techniques. He took his Juris Doctor at the University of Santo Tomas, Faculty of Civil Law, where he graduated magna cum laude and badge valedictorian. He also has a Rector's Award for Academic Excellence and a journalism degree from the same university. Guys, let's welcome Attorney Ephraim B.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the Legal Education Board, of course, for the warm introduction and for inviting me, of course, to speak to, I believe, mostly freshman law school students today and other attendees, and perhaps to share a thing or two that may help these first-year students who chose to spend a bit of their time to listen to me today. I know as a previous or as a former first year law student myself that being a law student, especially a first year law student, your time is very valuable. It's very scarce and valuable. So it's really important, as we will discuss later, to determine what types of activities, what types of events we will be attending, and what types of these events we will be spending our valuable time on. So I thank all the attendees today for choosing to spend their time listening to me. Of course, I'm following the great attorney Chel Jokno, no? So, it seems that the Legal Education Board has given me a tall task of speaking after such a great man, no? But taking Attorney Chel's advice, I'm just going to convert this anxiety of following him into excitement of having been rostered in such an event together with him. No? 5 years ago, I was also a wide-eyed freshman, just to share with you. Eager to start my law school journey and, excited for what lies ahead. It's actually supposed to start a year later, no? As I was getting comfortable with my job after finishing my journalism degree. I was a news writer back then for an online publication. Back then, I was slowly forgetting my law school dream, and my intention was to just continue on with my job. And I could say that the dreams were slowly fading away, and because I was sliding into my comfort zone. So you may ask, what prodded me to go back to law school or to go to law school in the first place? I found myself regretting my decisions of sticking to my corporate job, of not pursuing my dream of legal education. I know some of you have also felt this, but I felt that I was capable of so much more than the job I had. I realized that I was living a life of wasted potential. No, that's a really hard life to live because when you know you can do something, but you're only doing a little bit of what you are capable of, and that's very frustrating. So it was 2019 when I made the decision to take the train to the legal profession. Could you go to the next slide, go? Hello. Yan, that was me on my first year of law school. Actually, this snapshot is me before I took my first ever exam in law school. If there are students from UST here, I was preparing for a constitutional law 1 exam under Attorney Rene Gorospe. So if you know Attorney Rene Gorospe, he assigns 50 to 60 cases per meeting. And you have 5 to 7 meetings before the prelims. So that's hundreds of case doctrines you need to remember for his exam. So that's me. I was exhausted. I think I was questioning my decision of entering law school in the first place. No. So, but I'm here to tell all of you that uh, you belong here, no? You belong to law school. If you're a freshman and you decided to go to law school, don't let anybody tell you, don't let any person tell you that you don't belong in law school. You're meant to be in law school and you're in the right place, no? You're meant to be chasing your dreams, not just settling in a comfort zone which you find yourself in. The decisions you made led exactly to this point in your life, no? But regardless of what I said earlier, regardless of you being meant for law school, that doesn't mean that your dreams will automatically happen for you and will be handed to you in a silver platter. Actually, it's quite the opposite. The opposite is true. You'll have in law school, you'll have to fight and bleed for every single step you'll be taking for your dreams. Just like this dreamer that you see in your slide, no? Amidst the glitz and glamour of the legal profession as you see it, behind that is actually a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of anxiety, a lot of self-doubt, no? Which we have to deal with and which take considerable toll on our mental health, which I am here to help you deal with today. Actually, that's the beautiful thing about studying and chasing your dream, no? While it may be physically, it may be psychologically, it may be financially and mentally taxing, law school will always make you believe that your aspirations are always just within reach as long as you're willing to work hard enough for them. So I'm assuming that all of you are dreamers as well, first year law students. So let me share a few tips to aid you in your study of law. And probably in a few years, I'll be welcoming you with open arms to the legal profession. Next slide, po, please. There are some cliches pertaining to the pertaining to law school, no? Some say law school is a jealous mistress dahil when you go to law school, you won't really have time for a lot else. And it's true, no? Law school will eat up a lot of your time. It will eat up a lot of your energy, your finances. Basically, your stay in law school, it would be your heavy priority. And we'll discuss a bit of that later. They also say law school is the great equalizer. So whatever our background is, however old you are, however young you are, meron kang PhD, MA, di ba? When you go to law school, pantay-pantay kayo ng mga kaklase mo. We'll also discuss that later. Law school is walk in the park, sabi nung iba, di ba? But the park is Jurassic Park, according to them. To some, law school is merely what's standing in the way of their dream of becoming a lawyer. And I'm sure this is true for a lot of us. Next slide po. And in the words of the great Michael Scott, since you've already enrolled in law school, then you're already one step ahead of the other people who did not even give their dreams of becoming a lawyer a chance. So let's go ahead to the first survival tip, so to speak, that I prepared. My first survival tip is very simple: to know yourself. When you go to law school, it's very important that you know who you are. No? That may seem like a very abstract question, but to aid in this discussion, I prepared 6 questions so that you know exactly what type of person you are, what type of law student you are, and what type of learner you are, and eventually what type of lawyer you want to be, diba? Just a reminder as well, if you have any questions then to me, I'm open to answering them just like Attorney Jokno. Just message them in our chat box and I'd be glad to answer them as they come. For the survival tip, no, we just need to look in the mirror, just like this person here, diba? She's looking in the mirror and determining exactly what type of person he or she is. Next slide po. Okay, the first question you must ask is, who are you? What type of law student are you? Or better yet, what ideal type of law student do you want to become? And I've also prepared certain questions that you may want to ask yourself as you start your law school journey, di ba? These questions are not by any means limited to these three. These are just sample questions you may ask yourself to know yourself better as you enter law school. Because my philosophy is that when you know yourself, then you know exactly what would work for you, what doesn't work for you, what you're comfortable with, and what you're not comfortable with. And when you know these topics, when you know the answer to these questions, then law school will become a little bit easier. Because, for example, this first question, do I work better in bursts of productivity or long sustained sessions? So there are certain law students who study better when they study a short period of time then have ample rest in between. Meron namang law students na they thrive by studying 5 hours to 7 hours straight, di ba? There's no wrong or right answer to this question as long as you know that you're making progress, you're understanding your lessons, you're complying with the topics that the professor has assigned, and most importantly, you're comfortable with your style of learning. And by comfortable, we mean that you're productive and you're mentally content with what's happening or with what you're learning. The second question is, can I commit to an isolationist approach? Or do I absolutely need to maintain a social aspect during law school? As a background for this question, some people who enter law school completely overhaul their personalities when they come to law school, di ba? Some people make law school their personality pa nga eh. And in line with that, some people want to be separated from their loved ones, from their friends, no? For example, you live in the province and you want to study in the city, in a law school in the city. So you want to be away from your family, you want to be away from your friends so that you can focus completely on your law school studies. So you need to ask yourself these questions of whether that works for you, or do you want to be near your family when you're in law school, di ba? I included this question because the social aspect of your life helps greatly in keeping you mentally healthy and sane during law school, di ba? While it's important to know your priorities in law school, a big priority for law students should be keeping themselves mentally healthy. And just burdening yourself with a lot of mental strain for the purpose of surviving in classes is counterproductive in the long run, which we will also discuss later. Last question, do I work with sticking to a rigid schedule, or do I work better when there's a certain level of flexibility? So there are no wrong or right answers to these questions. The important thing is that you are honest with yourself with your answers to these questions. No? As long as you feel like you're productive, you're honest, and you're mentally healthy. Second question is, what am I doing this for? This tackles the motivations we have during law school. We enter law school with different motivations, di ba? You may be doing this for a specific personal goal. A lot of us here maybe are working to be the first lawyer in our family. That's very valid. Actually, that's very common, no? Wala pang lawyer sa pamilya namin. We are dealing with a lot of legal problems. And I want to be able to help with those legal problems. That's valid. That's actually a good motivation to enter law school, di ba? You may be doing it for a certain person. You may be doing it for your parents. Your parents would be very proud of you when you pass the bar and become a lawyer. So you're doing it for them. You may be working for financial security, di ba? Some people see lawyers as people who earn a lot, which may or may not be true in various circumstances, but that's also a valid motivation for going through law school. You may be you may be going to law school for a promotion, to be promoted at work, or merely to become a member of a noble profession. So why is this important? Why are your motivations important? This is because you want to avoid burnout in law school. And burnout stems from a lot of times from the fact that when you're exhausted and you're burnt out, or you're exhausted and tired, and you tend to forget why you started it in the first place, or what you're doing this in the first place, no? And when you know your motivations, then you know what you're working towards. Parang when we see our goal in front of us, that motivates us to work harder for our goal. Next slide. Next question, what do I want to achieve? What do I want to achieve after going through law school? So it's important to remember that law school is not the end all be all of lawyering. While it may seem that currently as a first year law student, di ba? Excited ka pa. You've got all these subjects, you've got all these professors assigning multiple cases, no? You can't help but be excited, and you can't help but feel like law school is your entire life right now, that it's very important such that no other priority comes close, no? Minsan it's important for you to ace this recit or to pass this exam so that you can stay in your university. That's valid, no? It's very valid to think that, especially since you going through law school would have big career implications. Most specifically, you becoming a lawyer in the future. But remember that law school is not the end. Passing law school is not the goal. While it's the immediate goal, the future goal is to be a lawyer, di ba? And to do good work as a lawyer. Next po. Actually, on the topic of what do I want to achieve, just a short anecdote. I was in first year law school and I was a working student, no? And just like you, I was very excited to read all these cases, di ba? You read all these topics, these stories from the cases you read. And I was very ecstatic reading these cases, no? I was a wide reader kasi I loved reading. And these cases were like opening a whole new world for me. I was so excited that I told my blockmate who was sitting beside me. Sabi ko, "Uy, hindi ka ba na-excite na in the future tayo naman yung Supreme Court justices na nagda-draft nitong mga decisions na ganito, di ba?" His first reaction was to laugh at me. Perhaps due to my, ano, di ba? Ang layo na nung tinalon ng Supreme Court justice from law student eh. He laughed at me kasi sabi niya, he just wants to pass the class. Tapos ako daw, nasa Supreme Court Justice dreams na ako. But it's important to have future goals eh, di ba? When you're clear on what you want to achieve, then you know the steps you need to take towards that goal. Just a short anecdote. For the next question, you ask yourself, what are your strengths? Earlier, we said law school is the great equalizer. Freshmen come from different backgrounds, perhaps with various experiences regarding the law, ranging from no idea about what the law is or what laws are to basically experts in certain types of law during their profession, during the practice of their professions. But law school is quick to humble law students who think that they're better than everyone else. Every law student is subject to the rigorous, unforgiving preparation, which would hone you into an individual worthy of becoming a member of the legal profession. However, this doesn't mean that there aren't any skills that you've learned, there aren't any experiences that you can use to your advantage during law school. We believe that every person is composed of an aggregate of experiences that they could use during law school. Person who has, for example, who has worked in a pressure-packed environment previously can use that to excel in law school. I'm a journalism graduate from the UST as well. And after graduating from journalism, I worked as a news writer for 4 years before going to law school. So in journalism and in news writing, you learn to write, to communicate your message in as concise as possible, but as comprehensive as possible as well. So where did I use that? I used that in answering exam questions in law school. I used that in answering recitations in law school, and I eventually used that in the bar exam. No? Writing a news article is a lot like writing answers for exams. That's because they both involve communicating a certain message to the reader. For news articles, the reader is the news readers. For your exams, the reader is your professor or the bar examiner. So that's helpful because I learned how to communicate what I thought to them in a concise but in a comprehensive manner. So all that is to say that if you have learned or if you have a certain background, you must determine or think about how you can apply that background during law school. Actually, one of the other top notchers last year, top 8, was Pio Buencamino, Attorney Buencamino, who is actually my great friend. He was a graduate of nursing, no? UST nursing, and he placed 8th in the bar exam last year. So when I asked him, how did your nursing background help you in the bar exam? Or in law school, no? Sabi niya, in nursing, you learn to identify problems and find a solution for them. So he used that in his experience in nursing and as a nurse to basically excel in law school, no? He was an expert in problem spotting and in resolving those problems. Next slide. The next question is, what are my limitations? It's a given that law school is pressure filled, no? And due to that fact, law students sometimes expect too much from themselves. Ine-expect nila na mababasa mo lahat ng cases, this meeting, 50 cases, babasahin ko lahat full text, digest ko lahat full text, i-memorize ko lahat full text, ganun, di ba? Remember that you have limitations. Kahit gusto mo gawin ang isang bagay, merong hangganan yung kaya mong gawin. And don't worry if you feel like you're being overloaded, no? Because this is inevitable as a freshman law student. The study of law is a very broad topic. It's a broad endeavor. It covers a lot of subjects, which is impossible to cram into your head in one single time. So know your limitations, know how much you can handle, for example, in a single study sessions. After all, di ba? Ang buhay ay di karera naman, sabi, di ba? So there's a time to gear up, there's a time to gird your loins and start studying. And there are also times na magdahan-dahan and give yourself time to breathe and time to evaluate whether you're at your limit or kung kaya mo pa or hindi. And it's also important to take breaks as needed. You may fall into this false sense of thinking that when you take breaks, you feel guilty because instead of taking breaks, you could have studied instead, di ba? But let me tell you right now that that mindset is very counterproductive. Remember that rest is also productive, and you'll learn this in your study of law. Um, you realize that when you rest, after you rest, you find yourself more energized, more motivated to study, and you find yourself understanding the topic more. For the limitations, I have a short anecdote as to my bar exam. I graduated at the top of my class kasi in UST, at UST. And our dean was actually very enthusiastic in producing top-notchers, no? And where does he look ba for top-notchers, 'di ba? He looks at the top of the batches. And I am at the headline of that batch, 'di ba? So I can feel intense pressure from my dean and my batchmates to do well in the bar. So what did I do with this pressure? Hindi pa nagga-graduation, nag-aaral na ako for the bar, hindi ako nagpapahinga. Like every single day, I studied for hours. And ang pahinga ko lang, natulog lang ako saglit paggabi. So what happened to me? At the middle of my bar review, I got really burnt out. There was, after a month of intense studying, I couldn't get out of the bed. I couldn't get up. I couldn't lift a single page out of my reviewers. And this lasted for a whole month. Diba? Imagine a whole month being taken away from your bar review. And that was because me not knowing my limitations. That's a result of me not knowing my limitations. So from one former law student to another, remember to give yourself time to breathe kasi it will be counterproductive in the long run if you put so much pressure on yourself. Next one, please. The last question in this who am I, or in this know yourself tip, is what do I surround myself with? So this deals with your studying conditions. I believe your studying conditions are one of the most important considerations during law school. For example, where do you stay during law school? Nasa bahay ka ba? Or gusto mong mag-dorm away from your family, di ba? How do you arrange your desk to study, di ba? Kahit very minute consideration, that's actually very important on how you understand or how do you absorb topics when you study. Do you want to be near your family or do you want to be away from your family during law school? And most importantly, what people do you surround yourself with, di ba? That's actually a big consideration when going to law school. An anecdote for this is during my bar review, I actually made two new friends who were only acquaintances during law school. They were only acquaintances because I didn't really know them. But they were my study buddies during law school. And I've said this before that one of what I consider to be the deciding factor of me topping the bar is because I surrounded myself with these persons who are on the same wavelength as me in terms of studying. So it's important for you to find the people who are in the same wavelength as you. We'll also discuss a little bit more of this later. But for this anecdotes purpose, this one of my study buddies during bar review made, for example, publication material for the Supreme Court. It was just an inside joke between us. The inside joke was all three of us would be top-notchers. Tapos ang grade namin, 100. Can you show the next slide po, please? Ayan. Ang ginawa niya, yan daw yung ilalabas ng Supreme Court, sabi niya. Tatlo daw kaming top 1, tapos ang grade daw namin is 100 lahat. Tie daw kaming tatlo. So, next slide po. It was sort of manifested no in when the results of the bar exam was released. Because tama siya for one aspect, 'di ba? It for maybe it was a sort of manifesting na din, pero it's really an indictment, or it's an example of how surrounding yourself with the right people can give you better results. And for our topic, surrounding yourself with the right people can also be healthy for you mentally, di ba? And inversely, surrounding yourself with the wrong people naman may be bad for your mental health, which we will also discuss in a little while. Next topic po. Next slide, please. The next tip is, as a first-year law student, you should hit the ground running. During law school, you would quickly realize that no two law school days are the same. Some days you will feel like you're on top of the world kasi nasagot mo lahat ng tanong ng prof, or 100 ka sa quiz, di ba? Ganun. Or you're brilliantly answering every question the professor is throwing at you. Meanwhile, on some days, feel mo naman you're the worst law student ever. No? But it's important that as a first-year student, you keep yourself on a hit the ground running mentality. No? Let's explain it later. Let's explain it further in the next slides. The best tip I've ever gotten as a first-year law student is very basic. But this lawyer told me, whatever your professor assigns, kahit ilan pa yan, kahit gaano pa kahirap yan basahin, you should read everything according to him. That it sounds like very basic. Actually, it's a given nga, di ba? Dapat naman talaga basahin mo lahat eh. But it's more of a reminder for you to not slack off, to not take shortcuts, and to give importance to the process, no? As law students, sometimes we're short-sighted din. Minsan pinoproblema lang natin yung next meeting, yung next recitation, yung next exam, that we don't consider the result or the process that we're going through. No? Reading everything, especially as a freshman, is not just about taking in information, though it may appear that way. No? Mafe-feel mo as a freshman na ano ba to, parang pinagbabasa lang tayo ng madami for the sake of making us exhausted, di ba? Parang pinahihirapan lang tayo ng professors natin. But reading everything is actually a process. It's training yourself to read, because your entire law school life and your life after law school as a law practitioner is all about reading. So, if you don't trust me, you may ask other lawyers or those who have graduated in law school. You should learn to read everything as early as now, your first year of law school. Because first, as I said, reading everything trains you to read. It's the process. It's not just for the purpose of answering the immediately succeeding recitation or exam. Why read everything? Second reason is because when you read everything, pakibalik po. When you read everything, you answer also. You answer better. You answer questions better. You answer exams better. No? After passing the bar, ang daming nagtatanong sa akin, paano ka ba sumasagot ng bar exam questions? Paano ka ba nagre-recite? Ganun, no? Isa lang ang advice ko, you read a lot of Supreme Court cases in its full text. Because my philosophy is that when you answer bar questions, when you answer recitations, first and foremost, you must sound like the Supreme Court. Whatever words the Supreme Court uses, whatever phraseology the Supreme Court chooses, you must adopt that, because the Supreme Court is the authority, di ba? In terms of interpreting our laws. And during our stay in law school, the cases are promulgated by the Supreme Court. So you must sound like the Supreme Court. And you can only appear, or you can only sound like the Supreme Court when you read a lot of full text cases by the Supreme Court. There's a question here, what if po case digests? Okay lang po ba yan? I'm a firm believer of, as I discussed earlier, that you should be reading Supreme Court cases in full text. If you must resort to case digests, you must read case digests that you yourself created. That's what I did in my first year. I read the cases in their full text. Then I made handwritten digests because I learn better when I write the doctrines themselves. So my process was like that, reading the cases in its full text and then digesting the cases. Then pag nagre-review ako, yung case digest na lang yun na. Third reason to read everything is because the professor notices when you've read the uh, his assignment. It's very transparent. You're very transparent to the professor when you've only read a digest or when you haven't read the entire topic he has assigned. It's a form of respect to the professor na din to read everything, di ba? When you don't read everything, that's like you telling your professor na what you assigned to me is not really important, so it's not worth me reading everything you assigned, di ba? And as we said, training ourselves to read now prepares us for a lifetime of reading. If you want to be a lawyer, you must learn how to read because you're going to be reading jurisprudence, you're going to be reading provisions, going to be reading legal opinions, pleadings, and motions, and stuff like that. Next. Next tip for hitting the ground running is to show up to classes, di ba? Your presence is a present when it comes to classes. Reading everything, especially as a freshman, is not just about taking in information, no? As we discussed earlier. So you should show up to your classes, and it's a form of respect to the professor. Next slide. Avoid shortcuts. I told you earlier, reading digests instead of full text cases may be beneficial for you in the short term, di ba? Minsan may tatawid ka ng digest sa recitation eh. Pero minsan, when you read low quality digests, hindi din siya, minsan hindi sa topic yung mababasa mong digests or mali yung interpretation ng law student din na nag-digest, di ba? That's the pitfalls of relying on digest. Ang gumagawa usually ng digest ay co-law student mo lang din. So he may err or he or she may err in his or her interpretation of the case, which may translate to that digest. No? Especially for working students, I speak in my experience as well as a law student na working. It's easy uh, to think na kawawa ka no? As a working student. You feel like, ako working student ako, yung iba pinapaaral ng magulang nila, full-time law student sila, di ba? So you get into this pity party na you feel like you're justified when you take shortcuts. Sabi mo, nag-work pa ako so okay na yan, digest na lang, okay na hindi ko nabasahin yung full text. Basta pumasa lang, di ba? Kasi working naman ako eh. But that kind of mindset is very dangerous, no? Kasi it makes taking shortcuts a habit. If you take too many shortcuts, you abbreviate the process and the process will not have its intended effect on you. I've known batchmates, especially during online classes na during recits, nagme-messagean sila ng sagot, ganun, or they read from their screens, di ba? While it may seem beneficial for you in the short term, when it comes to your holistic legal education or learning about the law, I don't think that's very advisable. There's a question here. Any tips po in managing time between law school and work? We'll discuss this in a little bit. Would you recommend joining organizations while being in law school po? Thank you. In so far as my recommendation, depende sa ano mo yan sa level of work you can take in. If you're a full-time law student, by all means, organizations are very helpful, especially law reviews, which entail a little bit of legal research and writing. So, makakatulong din siya sa resits mo, sa exams mo, no? But if you have the time, I would recommend joining these school organizations. As a law student na working, I tried joining then my law review. But I found that between juggling my full-time job and full load na legal education, maybe a necessary cut was the orgs I tried to join. Next, next topic. Ayan, we discussed this earlier. Being a working student is not an excuse to slack off and take shortcuts. Next slide. Third survival tip, you need to learn to manage your expectations during law school. So what do I mean by this? Let's next slide pa. So it's important in law school to remain grounded. Sabi natin kanina, 'di ba? Minsan sobrang galing mo na realize mo pwede ka ng justice ng Supreme Court sa pagsagot mo ng recitations, 'di ba? Minsan naman kahit anong aral mo, kahit nagpuyat ka magdamag, yung tinanong sa'yo ng professor mo dun pa sa case na hindi mo nabasa, 'di ba? Um, as I discussed earlier, no, Attorney Rene Gorospe was my prof in first year constitutional law. He assigned 50, in one meeting, he assigned 50 cases. And I was a working student, di ba? He assigned 50 cases. Tapos, amidst those 50 cases, may kasamang isang news article. News article about Richard Nixon. Because the topic is the presidency. So, ang ginawa ko, I took a leave from work. Sabi ko, kailangan mabasa ko tong 50 cases na to. I took a leave from work. Tapos binasa ko yung 50 cases, dinigest ko sila lahat. When it came to that news article, sabi ko, itatanong ba tong news article na to? Parang hindi naman siya Supreme Court case. So, what occasion would the professor have to ask that news article? So, since ready naman ako dun sa I felt like the actual meat of the topic. I was very prepared to be asked dun sa 50 cases na yon. Kahit anong itanong mo sa akin dun sa 50 na yon, I would be ready to answer. But when the meeting came, tinawag ako ni Professor Gorospe. He noted that I'm a journalism graduate. So ang tinanong niya sa akin, yung news article na hindi ko binasa. So, since hindi ko siya nabasa, wala akong nasagot kay Attorney Gorospe. But that doesn't reflect my level of preparation for that class. In fact, I studied all 50 cases, di ba? After that, I sort of fell into a mental rut. Hindi ako makakain for 1 week, di ba? Imagine preparing that hard just to be unluckily called for the one thing you weren't prepared for. And that happens a lot during law school, no? So during times like that, you shouldn't get too low then. Take that as an opportunity to learn, tapos bangon ulit, aral ulit. Kasi meron pang ibang resits after nun eh. If you dwell too much on your mistakes, if you dwell too much on your failures, then that would affect the other instances that you have to deal with then, di ba? Next po. There's a question here. Any advice po to those who are still unsure whether to pursue law or not? Someone po na gusto sana mag-law but is anxious about recitations. My advice lang is, when you go to law school, you should be 100% sure that you want to go to law school. Because that motivation is going to be tested time and time again sa recitations. No? So just the primary consideration of going to law school is that you must 100% be personally decided on going to law school. That's the only way you can survive the rigors of law school. So far as recitations are concerned, if you're anxious about recitations, why not turn that anxiety into excitement, di ba? Sabi ni Attorney Chen. After all, what's the worst that the professor could do, di ba? Sabihin lang naman niya na mali ka. If it's a particularly notorious professor, so let's say papahiya ka niya, sisigawan ka niya, di ba? But after that, can't hurt you physically naman, di ba? At least not legally. And after that, you can learn from your mistakes naman. You can just study harder. If you're anxious about these recitations and you really want to become a lawyer, then this is a necessary step that you have to take, that you have to deal with, no? And that you have to learn to deal with, at least mentally, if you're anxious about it. Next slide. As we said, bad recit or low exam score, take it as an opportunity to improve. Sometimes the professor gives comments on what went wrong with your recitation or what went wrong with your exam. So take those comments and take that as an opportunity to improve. After all, law school is a constant state of learning and improvement. You're not the same person that entered law school as when you exit law school, no? Mag-iiba ka as a person. Your beliefs would be challenged. Your morals would be tested, no? And your motivations will be tested as well. So consider it as a process. Law school is a process you have to go through that would eventually make you a lawyer. Next slide. Next survival tip is realize the value of your time. Basically, time management, no? And priorities management. Next slide. We discussed this earlier. Law school is a jealous mistress. It entails a significant investment of time, finances, and other resources. For example, you have a significant other. A lot less time would be allotted for you to spend with that person. So if you have a significant other, you have a girlfriend, boyfriend, you have a spouse, or any other partner, then maybe it's important for you to talk to that person and make him realize that your priorities are going to change. And you must realize that you're going to be giving up a significant chunk of your life. And you're going to radically change. Your lifestyle is going to radically change in law school. Next. This was what I meant earlier when someone asked, how do you manage time between law school and work? Admittedly, you're left with only a little time to study when you have a full-time job, di ba? So ang alas mo diyan, ang secret weapon, at least for me, is to use your gifts of time wisely. So what are gifts of time? Sometimes you have a little bit of spare time. For example, tumawag si prof, hindi tuloy yung klase, or suspended dahil mga bagyo. Those are gifts of time na you wouldn't otherwise have were it not for these fortuitous circumstances. Sometimes, dahil nga hindi sila planado, dahil nga hindi mo nalaman na magkaka-oras ka pala na ganito, nasasayang natin yung mga ganitong oras, di ba? Hindi natin sila ginagamit especially wisely. Kasi naman, nag-cancel yung prof, di ba? Titigil ka na lang mag-aral kasi wala naman yung prof eh. You take it as spare time na you could use na not necessarily to study. But what I did when I was a working student was when a prof canceled class or kapag suspended, ganun, or kapag holidays, I use that para mag-imbak na ng aral for the other classes. No? I studied in advance of what the professor assigned such that when that next class comes, ready ako, di ba? As a sample schedule, I asked my boss to transfer my schedule to 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. para umabot ako sa 5 p.m. class ko sa UST. Back then, I was studying in Ortigas, no? So, Ortigas to Manila, UST. I usually rode an angkas, no? And to study for class, usually pinapatong ko na lang yung caudal sa likod ng kuyang angkas tapos nagbabasa ako ng provisions. Kasi even these small snippets of time, makakatulong yan eh for you to prepare for your class. Another example of using gifts of time is when there are downtimes at work. Ang ginagawa ko, nilalabas ko yung cases na binabasa ko, tapos doon ko binabasa. If that's allowed, of course, by your manager or immediate superior. So we sometimes don't realize that we have actually time. Hindi lang natin gagamit wisely. And that's the key to evening the playing field, to leveling the playing field when you're a working student. Next slide. You need to have your priorities straight. Law school propels itself to the top of your priorities when you go to law school. So kapag may non-essential thing, madaling decision na lang yan. Siyempre, unahin mo yung pag-aaral. Next slide. So we discussed earlier, know your limitations and take time to breathe, rest, and recover. Next slide. Always schedule time to rest for yourself. May nagsabi sa akin, and I find this very helpful. You should allot a day for yourself to rest. Kasi if you don't choose a day to rest, yung body mo, yung katawan mo yung pipili kung kailan siya magpapahinga. And when your body is the one to choose the day to rest, hindi ka makakaangal, di ba? When your body gets burnt out, when you get sick out of overexhaustion, you have no choice but to rest kasi hindi ka talaga makakabangon yan. All because you overexerted yourself and didn't give your time a schedule to rest. Next slide. Going to law school doesn't mean that you have to be dead to your friends or your family. Find time for them, kahit konti lang, to be mentally healthy then. Find time for your hobbies, your family, and spend time with friends minsan. When I said gifts of time earlier, hindi lang sa pag-aaral siya ginagamit. Pag may ganong gifts of time, use them to spend time with friends or your family or to get much needed rest. No? Pag mga ganon suspensions, usually ginagawa ko, nagnanap ako just to prepare for studying afterwards. Next slide. All this is to say that you need to avoid burnout. Just to repeat, rest is actually productive. And forcing yourself to do more than what your body can is counterproductive. And the last survival tip. Actually, is this the last? Next pa. Accumulate good law school karma. You must realize that no one survives law school alone. Make friends in law school, make contacts in law school. As I discussed earlier, study buddies are important din, no? As long as they're in the same wavelength as you are. Next slide. Ayan. You can't hurdle law school alone. Sooner or later, you're going to need someone's help. So, after that, if you get helped by someone, don't forget to pass it along. No? Look for someone you can help them. Next slide. Be on the lookout for your blockmates, no, or co-students who need help. Because sometimes when we go through law school, it's so tiring, it's so exhausting that we forget that we're humans lang din, no? So don't lose your humanity in law school. Next slide. This is self-explanatory. In law school, avoid distractions, avoid drama. So, though sometimes some of these cannot be avoided. My last tip is to study as if everything depended on study, and to pray as if everything depended on prayer. And lastly, should believe your beliefs and doubt your doubts, but never believe your doubts and never doubt your beliefs. Thank you very much again for attending, and thank you very much to the LEB for inviting me to this event.
Thank you so much, Attorney B. Okay, thank you for that wonderful and inspiring discussion. I'm sure that you have inspired our participants. You've shared a piece of yourself, your law school journey. The tips that you have shared with us are helpful to our law students and even non-law students alike. So thank you very much for that. Thank you for inspiring us to do our best. And of course, if you keep on going, we can always harvest what we have planted. We cannot entertain questions anymore because we are short of time. So we will ask for a photo op with our resource speaker, Attorney B. Participants, kindly open your camera.
One, two, three. One, two, three. Next po. One, two, three. Okay na po.
Thank you, Attorney B. So this time, we will call on to formally close this program, Commissioner Alexander D. Dumpa for his closing remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to each and every one of us. On behalf of the Legal Education Board, I want to take this moment to express my sincerest gratitude to our speakers, to Ms. Lenny G. Gadiana, Dr. Noel V. Reyes, Attorney Chalbiocno, and Attorney Efraim B. Thank you for sharing your time, expertise, and invaluable insights with our law students and stakeholders. Your contributions today reflect our shared commitment to cultivating law schools as vibrant, progressive learning spaces that can adapt to the evolving demands of our society and the legal profession. As we close today's remarkable event, allow me to share a few thoughts. As many of us know, the legal profession remains one of the most prestigious and sought after careers in the Philippines. Lawyers are often viewed as pillars of success, symbols of financial stability, influence, and respect. Even before taking the bar exams, many law students are affectionately called attorneys by their families, friends, and even kapitbahay, who wait for our bright futures. Yet, beneath these dreams of success lies a heavy, often unspoken burden: the immense mental, emotional, and psychological toll that law school can exact. A recent online article highlighted the unique pressures faced by Filipino law students, particularly as they approach the bar exams, which stand as one of the most stressful milestones in our lives. Sadly, these pressures can sometimes lead to feelings of isolation, depression, or even worse, tragedies like suicide. This is a harsh reality that is rarely discussed, hidden behind the lifetime prestige, glamour, and glory often associated with the legal profession. The truth is that many law students silently carry the weight of expectations, self doubt, and the fear of failure. Unfortunately, mental health issues within this group, within the legal community, are significantly under researched and under acknowledged. We cannot afford to shy away from these realities. As a community of legal educators, professionals, and law students, it is our collective duty to create environments where these pressures are recognized and addressed. Therefore, it is crucial for us, as educators, as law students, as future lawyers, to balance the demands of our profession with the care of our mental and emotional well being. In our pursuit of legal excellence, let us not forget that we are human first. Our mental health is just as critical to our success as our knowledge of the law. This is a conversation that must take the center stage, not just for the well being of law students, but for the future of the legal profession in the Philippines. Remember, a mentally healthy legal profession is one that can better uphold justice, fairness, and the public good. To the law students in the audience, I commend your resilience. The journey you are on is both challenging and rewarding, and it is okay to admit that there will be days when the weight of the pressure feels overwhelming. But remember, you are not alone. There is no shame in seeking help, in reaching out, or taking a step back when things get too heavy. As you move forward in your legal careers, I encourage you to cultivate empathy, not just for your future clients and colleagues, but for yourselves. Success is not defined by exam rankings or the prestige of your future law firm. It is defined by your well-being, your ability to thrive holistically, and your capacity to make meaningful contributions to our society. As I conclude, let us remember that the law is not only about resolving disputes or winning cases. It is about creating a just society where the dignity of every person is respected and upheld. And that includes our own dignity as members of the legal community. Let us all continue building a community where mental health is valued, where kindness and compassion are seen as strengths and not weaknesses, and where every law student is empowered not just to pass the bar, but to live a life of purpose, balance, and well-being. Once again, on behalf of the Legal Education Board, maraming salamat po. Together, let us march forward with unwavering hope, unrelenting determination, and a shared vision of a brighter, more empowered future for legal education and the nation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Commissioner Dumpa. Okay, so I think the evaluation link is already posted in the Zoom chat box. So please answer our feedback and evaluation form. E-certificates will be emailed to your email address indicated in your registration. But before we formally end this webinar, we'd like to thank our programs and planning office team for making these things possible, with our office head, Mr. Gabriel T. Matola, who's celebrating his birthday today. We also thank all our resource speakers. We thank also our board members headed by Chairperson Jason R. Barlis. Thank you very much. We have an upcoming webinar, the first Senator Edgardo J. Angara Lecture Series on Friday, September 20. Please join us in the discussion on issues and updates on the Philippine Island territories in the West Philippine Sea with Senior Associate Justice Antonio T. Carpio. With that, thank you so much. Thank you, our dear participants. Thank you, everyone. Again, happy Law Week.